Hello, Scarra.
Hey.
Who's the best harper in the whole wide world? Who's the best harper? Yes, you heard. You're the best. Who's the best harper in the whole house? Scarra, I'm sorry. Are you online? Do you have a Okay, get on.
Bye. See you later.
Get on.
There, I'll be right there.
Scarra, I don't want to alarm you, but I won all 3 of my games today.
Ha! Well, it looks like we got some games to spare.
I just need 24 more RR and I get silver too.
Ah, well, you know what? I'm a deadlock main now.
Only one of my team was toxic.
That's
a win, honestly.
a win. Do you ever feel like when you do badly, you ruin the image for all the girls out there?
Dude, I like fucked up a play, and then it was just like all of a sudden these dudes in voice, what are you doing? He was Flash. Are you the R word? Blah 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 blah. Oh, what is that voice? Like it just like all piled on in one round. It was insane. We were having a good game before that too. Anyway.
Yeah, that sounds very typical.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
I don't think that's how it works, but yeah.
Oh, we're in the same bracket? You're a silver? I didn't know you were that bad.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm 2 divisions higher than you, okay? Full divisions.
Okay.
These might take you full days to get over. But for me, I started here.
Oh god. Why do you have a soundboard?
Wait, you know Discord has a soundboard that you can record your own sounds?
Oh shit, that sounds really fun.
Yeah, and so like every server gets like I don't know how many, like 8, and we have none on this server. Lily, I'm gonna need 8 classic lines from you.
I transferred ownership of the server a while ago.
So you're telling me that I can stop paying the $50 a month so everyone can get better sound quality? That I've been doing for like
no,
a year and a half?
I just gave it to Toast. When Michael and I duo in Valorant, he calls me kitten. And I'm like, ew. It's so fucking...
You guys aren't cringe? That's completely normal.
We're role-playing as like the Discord kitten, you know? We have 2 senties, okay. Should we get 3? 1 for each site? Oh, you're smoke.
Select your agent.
Am I smoke? Bro, I literally wasn't even paying attention and now I'm forced to smoke?
You love Harbor, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Hold on, let me just smoke out.
You love Harbor.
Hey Lily.
Huh, what?
Why do you ignore me on Discord?
You messaged me on Discord?
Camera's in the wrong position, is it? Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh,
okay.
Oh shit, oh my bad. Welcome to the stream, guys! I played Valorant with Lily today.
So sick, you know?
Also, maybe getting together a Baldur's
anything to that.
Gate.
I must have read it and forgot.
But more importantly, have you heard of Baldur?
It's Baldur.
You know where his gate is?
Ooh, do you guys want to play Fortnite with me and Michael at 7?
Ooh.
No. Back to the question though.
Oh. I don't know what Baldur is. Baldur
Not what?
nuts?
Who? No, this isn't these nuts.
Well shit, how am I supposed to know?
Me and Scarra and Albert are gonna find Baldur's Gate.
Okay, is this like, are you inviting me?
It is a D&D campaign in the form of a video game.
Oh, I love D&D. I'll play.
Oh.
Okay, well, you have to roleplay.
Oh, I love. I'm really good at that. I can
It's also
roleplay.
100 hours long.
What?
Oh, I shouldn't
It's
have
like
said that.
a D&D campaign designed to be like a tactical RPG, and it's like the best-selling game in the world right now.
Oh, wait. That actually sounds kind of fun. You're
You
kind of
have to
selling me on
roleplay.
this. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm good at roleplaying.
And there's 4 of us, so you can't be the main character.
I don't want to be the main character.
Last player
Do
standing.
you believe that, Scarra? Do you believe it when she says that?
No.
What do you? What? How do you guys see me, dude? I'm perfectly happy being on the side.
Alright, but I'm going to be the main character. I'm gonna romance the character I want, and you guys can't romance her.
Well,
Okay, I don't like.
we're
Can someone
gonna-
else be the main character?
No,
When Toast is the main character, it's kind of
We're
insufferable.
all we're 4 main characters and we can all make our own decisions. So while Toast is romancing someone, we can just like cock block him.
He's
Oh.
trying to cuck me, turning me into a cuckold.
I mean, he might like it in the game. Who knows?
I thought you liked that kind of shit.
I like it when I give permission. You know, when you don't give permission and it happens.
Did anyone call you
that's
pretty?
just-
No, but
That's-
thank you.
I see.
Yeah.
So with consent, you enjoy being a cuck.
No. I'm saying if I were to enjoy it, like that. This only works when the man or the woman is in agreement with what's happening.
Okay, but like hypothetically, if you and your hypothetical, so you know, we're into it, you
Yeah.
would do it.
If my character was into cuckolding and he approves of what's happening, yes.
There.
I understand. Okay.
Reloading.
All right, I will set up a date and I'll invite you to our D&D Discord group.
Phoenix kill.
Okay, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Raise there. One enemy remaining.
How do you feel about NTR?
Enemy mid.
Ooh.
Last player standing. You should have run.
Wait, how do I feel about NTR?
What?
This fight isn't
Yeah.
over until we are dead.
Are you okay? Are you feeling okay? You need some advice or something?
I'm not the one who's sick, okay? I am completely in
I'm not.
the right mental space.
I'm not sick in the heart.
Yeah, arguably.
You're right. Fuck everyone. I hate everything. I'm gonna become a hermit on an island. Jesus Christ! That was so fast. Okay. Do you want me to? I'll dock.
Bring them down.
Yeah, it's like literally right there, man.
I don't think we go in.
Where are you? Marked one.
Yeah,
Yo.
literally right there. Not going in this. This is too hard. I think we should just go.
Yeah.
Go see, go see.
Yeah, I'll listen to
We're
go
going
see, go see.
somewhere else.
The sage in chat. Commit A.
Flooding them.
Go, plant.
Shields going out.
I am planting.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Your
Oh,
journey
this guy
ends
missed all his
here.
shots, so thank God.
Yeah, my guy also missed all his shots.
They reveal their weaknesses.
Oh, thank God.
Not smart.
Gun here.
Scar, you see my knife right now? Scar. My knife. This
Yeah.
knife. The what is this? What was this for?
Is it Neo Hunter?
No, the fuck, what is this knife called?
I don't know. What's it called?
Hold on, let me think. By thinking I mean wait till someone in chat says it. VCT knife.
Huh? What's that? How'd you get that? You didn't go to Sao Paulo.
The lock in the VCT knife thingy, you know when it came in 4 different colors?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that knife is much better than the Champions knife this year.
Oh, is it because you only have it? It's limited edition.
I win again.
Reload.
No, because it twirls in your hand.
Okay, can you get me that knife?
Where is she?
Prepare for hellfire.
Whoa! She came from C, dude.
Last player standing.
I'm so sorry.
One enemy remaining.
Embarrassing.
Okay.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it. Can someone get this?
Does anyone have fun?
I want to record you some soundboards, Scarra.
Dude, they're funny. I have the soundboards from like all the servers I'm in. And so I have like Myung's thing.
I see.
Plant the spike. I'll find you. Mark
Water
two.
rising.
Bring them down. Unavoidable.
Blocking fire.
Enemy spotted B. Take hold.
Spike planted. Ultimate ready.
80 raise?
Let's turn the tide.
Sova inside.
One enemy remaining.
It's a shame.
Nice.
to die,
Good job.
But you are not
Bum,
part of my
bum, 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 bum.
We could finish this with our eyes closed, but I wouldn't recommend it.
AGL's champs? Oh, Birmingham. What the? Where the fuck is that?
Bleed them dry. Reloading. The spike is down.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Carrying spike.
Oh god, I missed my shot. Kill him!
Spike planted.
I can't really. Or mull it off.
Oh, thank
Not
god.
my cleanest
I
work.
got the 8 life there.
Dreams are a funny thing. One little.
Do you like Fortnite, Scarra?
It's alright. The new season came out though, right?
Yeah.
The skins are just so stupid.
Futurama. Dun 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 dun. Dum.
Okay, someone entry for me, please.
My ult is ready.
Yeah, I can ult, I can ult.
Flashing.
Nightmare, take that!
Joke's over. Blocking
You're
fire.
dead!
We'll catch
Can't
them.
see.
Spike planted.
He got stuck.
Last player standing.
No.
One enemy remaining.
Where?
Ultimate ready.
Where's he? Where's he?
I have no
Flank
idea.
on our spawn, our spawn.
Wave crashing.
You're a god. You're a god. You're a god. You're a god. You're just better. That's why they call you the waterbender.
Oh,
The last thing they'll see
thank
before they
God.
die. Give him. Reloading.
Look at you go.
Reloading.
Dude, our teammates are kind of cringe.
No, 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 no. All things considered, these are pretty nice teammates, Scarra.
God.
The bar is on the
God.
floor. Actually, I dug a hole and the bar is even lower than that.
Our spike is down.
Spike down A.
Carrying spike.
You will not kill my allies.
Alvida.
Phoenix? Oh, was...
Last player
No,
standing.
no way.
Spike
Fuck.
down A.
I have them.
I feel like I'm playing a death match right now. I don't feel like I'm playing Valorant. The way we're playing.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
You like that song, Lily?
What song?
That girl is poison.
Wow. Sucks. I need healing. Oh, okay. I just re-peeked the same angle.
Okay, what did you get him?
Flooding them.
My corazón.
Phoenix is just off from mid. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god.
My clip.
down, C.
120. Where did my clip go?
Phoenix here.
Sure. Wait, where did my clip go?
If you are not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
Wait, there's OTV has soundboards. What are these? Yippee! Who says that?
Are you serious? Are you serious right
This
now?
is so loud. Wow.
Let me see.
The gun?
I
Reloading.
could never have expected that when they're playing 3 odds.
Nowhere to run.
Okay, I like the gun. It's on me out of my mind. It's on me out to me.
I don't know what to do.
Careful there.
Oh!
Last player standing. Spike down. Attacker
Dude! The ops are insane!
They have friends, but no one is immune to fear.
There's so many freaking ops.
There. Who will heal their healer? I'll find you.
Prepare for hellfire.
Enemy
Wave
spotted.
crashing. Shield going up.
Bring them down. Reloading.
Plant.
Heaven.
Oh god, what's going on?
Spike planted.
Okay, it's just you, Scar. I'm in hell.
Wave
Sorry.
crashing.
Oh
Why
yeah,
not?
I can't see shit. I hear them.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Marked one. Bring them down.
Last player standing.
Fuck. From long too.
Got 3.
Oh my god. Oh, my ammo!
It's okay.
The only thing that holds me back is my bullets.
Last round.
Don't hold me
before
back,
the
Lily.
switch.
Don't cage me.
Otherwise.
I don't think anyone can cage you.
Stop caging your best friend.
Are you okay, buddy? Do you want to talk? I can talk.
Water rising.
Enemy spotted C.
Let's burn the town.
Enemy C.
Blocking fire.
Oh.
I'll find you.
Spike down. C.
Bring them down. Bring them down.
Oh my god.
Oh. You're very brave.
I know I shouldn't have done that.
No, it's okay. I didn't realize. I forgot I had the spike. So now it's
I'm
like
My ult is ready.
left in Narnia.
So dead.
Enemy in attacker spawn.
Last player standing.
It's okay, Raina's on her way. God, I feel like we got off like 8,000 times. They're gonna cower real soon.
There's no way.
Blind.
30 seconds left.
Phoenix.
Wow, he got legged.
One enemy remaining.
Bro.
I have the spike.
10 seconds left.
Blind.
Clutch.
Oh my god.
See? Easy.
Switching sides.
What a god. What the heck? I'm sorry I doubted her.
Reina, what you just did, je n'en reviens pas. I cannot believe it.
Nah, he's cringe. But thank God he's shooting, but thank God he's cringe.
That was so awesome.
What do I play? I really don't like playing Harbor on this map too. It's such a annoying. Like I don't know what to do, man. I will figure it out. I am a genius.
You're the best harbor I know in this house.
How, do you even know a second Harbor in the world?
No, actually, that's insane. You're the only person I know who plays harbor.
Water rising.
Marked one.
Wow, I shouldn't have moved. I would have just killed him.
Thick.
Spike
Good.
down mid.
Oh, great. They're gonna be in there. They have to push you. She's low.
Fuck! The grenade.
One enemy remaining.
I would
Oh my
apologize,
god.
Suzanne.
Easy.
Let them try to get reloading. Here.
Are they still trying?
I miss watching. I was on the husband grind. What do you think about Faker's injury?
Flooding them.
What injury? Oh wait, he just.
Enemy spotted mid. They found my trap. Marked one. Not your best.
He just got. You know, he's been relatively uninjured his career.
So much for recon. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted A. Spike A.
Right there.
We found them.
Oh
No
no!
guns.
Reloading.
Last
What the
player
heck?
standing. One enemy remaining.
That's 3.
Easy.
Clutch.
Easy.
Did everyone see that?
We're just chilling.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Reloading.
I tell you, 2 days ago, I lost like all sense of taste.
Dude, I saw that message. I was scared. When that happens, like my life becomes like
It was depressing.
the most depressing moment was when that
Yeah.
happened.
But yesterday, it sort of came back actually, or yesterday night, or today-ish.
You know, when that happened to me, I tried all kinds of different flavors just because I was like, nah, I can't be.
Walls up.
Where are
Yeah, me too. I've been smelling like different lotions and stuff just to like,
Just to see.
yeah.
Spike down mid.
There's this pineapple lotion that I really like, and I can actually smell the pineapple this time.
Nice.
There's a lot of people here.
It's fine, I have a judge.
Bring them
Blocking
down.
fire.
Down in.
Bring them down.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Reloading.
Nice.
Stay alive.
Oh my god.
I want their
I
life,
might-
not yours.
Do you smell that, Scarra? Silver too?
Oh, you want game away? Yeah, we got it.
No, I need like 24. I don't think I'm gonna get it.
Oh,
I'm not
2
playing
games
that great.
away. It's fine. Don't worry. We are just in the bag. Why?
Stay
There's
in
no
the
one
moment.
here. You're here. Dude, they're always mid. Like,
One's long C.
Flooding them. Wave crashing.
Oh, but I think they're gonna go for A, maybe, right?
I'm holding B.
Enemy spotted mid. Spike is A. Pathetic. Insect. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
You are such a rat. Oh, we need to go.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Go together, go together.
Walls up.
Spike planted.
Over. You're dead.
Both going up.
Where's
I'll
Shield
find
going out.
drop?
Mark one. Oh, bring them down. Down one.
Oh, my legs.
Easy. Nice little
burning.
spooker. Little spooker crawler. Little spooky.
Spooky.
Ultimate
Spook,
ready.
spook.
Okay, now we sigh with relief.
That was awesome. That was cool.
Judge in the corners.
Time to stock back up.
I'm feeling good about myself.
That's good, Scar. I'm happy you're happy.
My cough is finally going away. I feel like a human being now. Also, I found my glasses. It's all looking good for me.
Damn, can you win can you buy the Powerball lottery, and then if you get like 500 million, can you give me like 20 million?
I would give you one because we're such good friends.
Wait, that's it? I
That's
would
a
give you
lot.
way more.
Wait, really?
Yeah? What the heck?
I mean, I feel like one is pretty good. Maybe more than you deserve.
Oh,
That's 7 figures.
80 brimstone.
Let's turn the tide.
player standing.
Oh, I got owned.
Can we make a pact if we ever won that much money? We'll give each other 5 billion.
Whichever.
Okay, wait. So if I win $500 million, I would give you $5 million. You have my word.
Okay.
And if you win, you'd give me 10, right?
Can someone get this?
I give you
10.
I give you 5 too to make
Whoa,
it even,
One
right?
of us didn't get a YouTube deal, so I think I need like 10, you know.
Do you think my Porter Robinson's shelter style music video is gonna cost?
Too slow.
You still be good with the other 400.
If I had, no, I would fund. I would hire the Kimi no Nawa animation company
Oh my god.
to make me a fucking movie, dude. I would just do that and then cast myself. Right?
You'd be the director, the producer.
I'd be the director too.
The fucking actress, lead actress,
Yeah,
the secondary
everything.
actress.
Heck yeah. What the heck? Well, no, I wouldn't be everything. Just want like it.
Fuck. I knew he was waiting there. Fuck.
Teleport's ready.
Pathetic.
They will cower.
Message sent. My ultimate is ready.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Your duty is not
Yeah, I could.
Wait, why me?
No,
I
you
suck.
got this. This is no. What? You're owning.
I'm like bottom fraying. Okay.
No,
alright.
that guy's bottom fragging. And it's okay.
Last player standing.
Oh, why
I
did
just
we wall walk
watched
into?
3 people walk
That was
in
so
people.
sad.
We get fucking sprayed.
How's everyone
That was a
feeling?
wooey
Good?
wooey
Because
sad.
you look great.
Yeah, well. What would be the first thing you do if you won like that much money? Is there anything you want to buy in particular?
Like 500 million. How much would you spend? Like, how much would you spend of that before you start saving? Like, I feel like you'd want to spend like half, right? Or like maybe a lot less. Maybe like even 10% would be a lot.
Dude, I could make like 20 shelter videos.
Yeah, it would be a lot to even use like 5%.
I'll find you.
Yeah, but 20 shelter videos.
For you.
Prepare for hellfire.
No. You went over for me, I got you. I think shelter only costs like 2 million.
Spike planted. Last player
Please.
standing.
Wow, I'm surprised that blind hit you. It must have
Wait,
been like very close to the edge. But yeah, I think you can fund like
An anime.
20, like a full anime, not even just
Yeah.
one. Like the production for like the most expensive anime was 120 million for season.
Holy shit, you
I
can
think that
make
was
your own
Fate
anime,
or
yeah.
something like that. Yeah, you could do a full anime.
I would totally do that. I would actually 1000% fund my own anime.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
An animated movie, maybe. That's a good idea.
But make sure you save enough money for me, you know.
And then some shelter music videos. Oh, he died.
That would. Wow, I'm surprised. Like, oh.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are
Oh, and
fighting.
then maybe like bribe some producers to work with me.
Yeah, you know how Dream got Young Gravy? Bro, I could get Tupac.
And get, be like, hey, Taylor Swift. Oh, she just probably doesn't need more money.
She has a lot.
Yeah, I know.
No prisoners.
I missed. Okay, I'll stop peeking that. Hold on. I'm waiting for her to make a big play.
Nowhere to run!
Spike planted. Last player.
Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways.
We have to open up Lily's chat too.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Why is that one so much louder than the rest of the sounds, man?
Am I gonna get dim good?
A dim cud?
Dim good.
that?
DMCA.
Oh, dim cud. Oh, nah, you're not gonna get dim cud.
Enemy spotted. Barrier created.
Oh my god, why did I peek?
Wait on guards, wait on guards, wait on guards.
Last player standing. Team Ace.
Oh, there's someone behind me! He's smelling my ass! What the hell? This guy is crazy!
No stopping now. Not until the job is done.
Okay. I'm playing on my serious bets. Serious bets.
Oh, I'm gonna put on my serious.
There's a lot of op.
Oh yeah, I know.
Water rising.
Mark one. Bring them down.
Don't peek, Harbor.
Bro,
This guy's
don't
voice is
peek.
really crazy.
Don't peek, man. Don't peek.
Fire in the hole!
Wave crashing.
You will not kill my allies!
Spike planted.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Bring them. Mark one. They're blind with fear. Bam.
Nice.
Last player
Oh
standing.
shit, there are two people.
Adios.
No, oh my god, how did this become 11-11?
Oh, I wasn't even trying. But now that we're here, like, don't worry, I got
What
it.
the heck?
Your hearts are pounding.
You're looking very shiny. I did not wash my hair today. Which
Oh god, we have to win this.
Need a drop. Thank you.
I'm kind of poor.
Doesn't someone get this?
Flooding them.
You were all poor. I didn't realize that's his gun. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm so tired of the ops, dude.
Last player standing.
Wait.
Look at this angle. What a great angle.
Spike planted.
Never used a 51 shampoo in my life. Nice fucking slander.
Oh, she jumped too. Hey, I'm not the only one who does that.
Wait,
She needs to hurry,
saving?
dude. No, she's trying to... She's trying to res. She's saving, really? What? Oh, we're going to overtime. Or maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, you know, we had to keep it interesting. G1, no? That was only body.
Oh, I could have sworn we were winning.
Match point.
Nah,
What
we
will it
weren't.
be this time? Have any patterns?
But yeah, we are.
Where are they? Mark one.
One come in.
Enemy spotted mid.
I'm just watching this garage like man.
Everyone hold side. Don't know need to speak.
Ooh, wow, I missed.
Removed.
Where are you?
One shampoo drank like that was body wash. It was body wash, dishwashing detergent, and like a bunch of other stuff. It wasn't toothpaste,
30
man.
seconds left. Spike planted.
Enemy spotted C. Bring them down. Your duty is not
One
over.
enemy remaining.
Back in business.
Careful there.
Shields going out.
Nice.
Okay.
Yes. Disaster averted.
Oh, I should give it that to my bad. Yeah, man, I would have
sides.
used it if that was the case.
Overtime.
Oh my god. I had an overtime game yesterday that was 20... Was it 21 to 19?
What?
And I lost.
Reloading.
Did you play
I
another
lost.
game?
24. No, after that, I just slogged off. I'm like, I'm fucking done. I think I'm good today. I think I'm good.
That's the equivalent of playing like 3 games in one.
I know. 21, 19. Isn't that? That's crazy. You know, in those games when your team is like particularly better at one side than the other, but the
Try
other
not
team's
to get
better than the
shot,
other.
okay?
That keeps going.
Careful there.
I'll find you.
What?
Spike down A. Last player
Oh
standing.
my god, I suck.
Oh, me too, me too. I can't believe I missed the kill.
Oh, I just can't do it. I just can't do it.
Why is it every time I take a Scarra VTuber means overtime? Yeah, I'm always in overtime.
Oh my god.
I don't know why, man.
Okay.
Switching sides. Match point.
Watch their movement. Study their patterns. Exploit whatever you can.
Huh.
You were so
Because when we were
yeah.
up like 5 or 6 earlier.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Oh, they won. Oh, they won 7 in a row. That's why. Oh, okay. Of course.
Didn't you play Remedy? I think Scarra's audio is bugged. Wait, really? How so?
Spike down A.
Spike is A.
120?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh.
Attackers
Oh.
win.
Damn. I play so bad. What the heck? What happened?
No, it's fine. What is this one? Okay, I'm sorry for clicking that one.
You're gonna give me Dimka, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like the Champions bundle?
Oh, I got Radiant 9 points. Yay! Wait, I haven't done the event pass yet. We gotta finish it, Lily.
Back to 55 RR.
Match found.
Okay, I'm gonna walk in Arena. I'm insta walking. Oh, but I love Killjoy and Split. I love Sage and Split.
Lily, why is it always I'm playing smokes?
I'm playing Sage.
Fine, I'll play. You know, Sid hates Sage players on this map.
Why?
Because they always do the same thing where they wall mid, and the wall dies instantly, and then they throw your util, and then they use everything in the first 5 seconds.
Okay, why are you calling me out? That's exactly my plan.
Nah, surely it's not gonna go like that. Cause am I the gold? Mentally, I'm already gold. Metaphysically, I'm platinum. Oh, I think I went to learn Omen because he's kind of cool. I think all the cool people play Omen.
You're right, Michael means Omen.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And he's the coolest. I wish there was another...
I need to shave today.
I don't know, all the smokers are like... not my thing.
Okay, so... What would make you want to smoke?
I've always wanted to pry my way in here. Don't mind if I
So if they got like a girly KJ smoker, and she literally smokes cigarette packs in the game, but it's like kind of cool, would you pick her?
No, I don't like that.
Okay,
I
but
want a
she's
magical
cool with
girl.
doing that. A magical girl, like chain
Agent?
smoker.
Yeah, and then the smokes look like little cotton candy balls. And she's
Yeah,
like,
but she's like puffing cigarettes during the entire game.
no.
But you know, you
That
kind of
doesn't-
can't get
that-
both.
That doesn't match the magical girl aesthetic.
No, but it's like kind of edgy magical girl.
It's like a no. I want a cute, fluffy.
And she's got that smoker voice. You know what I'm
I
talking
think we're
about?
on. I think we're on different storyboards.
Like that
here,
really
so, like-
raspy voice.
Okay, well, the
It's a
conversation's
little
over.
bit like
Conversation
like
is
hot,
over.
you know?
Let's keep going.
Blocking fire.
Ow.
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Oh.
Reloading. Plant a spike.
Plenty spike. Oh. Oh my gosh, she didn't kill me.
You didn't die? What the heck?
Spike planted.
Or I know where to put this wall. Where do I put this wall?
Go.
No, I missed all my shots.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, you're a beast? Okay, back him up.
Reloading. Goodbye.
Nice.
Oh my
I get a
God.
gun. Perfect.
That wall's. Yeah, it kind of did its job, right? Can't
Yeah.
go through
I'm
here.
not finished until they stop breathing.
Would you like to be the planter? Or would you like me to be the planter?
Up to
I'm
you.
okay.
I'll do whatever.
Okay, I'll be the planter. You can just focus on chilling.
Oh, I get it. Chill.
Chilling.
You
But like,
and I?
do you not think it'd be kind of cool to have like a chain smoker?
No.
Like, put like she's got that like,
Aramse.
No.
and that like you know,
Gotta go.
like that you know. If you know, you know.
Yeah, and her name is Mary Jane.
What?
Huh?
Camera taken out.
I'm out of here.
Reloading. Reloading.
This way.
Oh, there goes half my bullets.
Cutting their vision. Smart move.
They heal around by person, I hope.
Let me ace, please.
Let me others.
No! 17.
One enemy remaining.
Don't let her kill you. Nice. Can you get shotgun, Sage? Thank you.
Wow, this guy is really.
Stay sharp. You don't get a
Okay.
second chance in combat. Unless
I'm a
Sage
good
is involved.
sage. I do what I'm told.
I'm out of here.
But did I think one thing there?
Someone said in my chat, with a raspy voice, I'll smoke heaven for ya, hun. Okay, that's kind of funny. Okay,
Exactly.
that's kind of funny.
Now, where to set up shop?
Go.
Enemy A.
Flooding them.
Taken out. Enemy missed.
Barrier here.
Spike planted. Shield going up. Flooding them.
Many enemies.
Walls up.
Last player standing.
56 or 52?
102 raise. You got this.
One enemy remaining.
102. To your right, behind you.
Clutch.
Nice.
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 Good stuff,
Oh
Sage.
You're a beast.
God,
You're
Jesus
beast.
Christ. I'm glad he sat behind me because I was really confused.
I think his first call messed up his, and then his second call fixed it. That's good. I mean, you did
I
a good
was
job.
so confused. Silver 2, here I come. Wait, no, I can't. That's impossible.
I mean, you can get 50 here.
Can you get
Yeah,
50
you just
RR?
Drop a 50 bomb. You're already halfway there, or 10% there.
Oh, that's so hard. How do you get 50 bomb in this
Ask
game,
the
dude?
pros.
I guess
Reloading.
I guess that's why they're pros.
Wave crashing.
Coming through. Gotta go.
One backside. Ish. Planning.
Spike planted. Flooding them.
Put down.
Water rising.
Reloading.
Let's turn the tide.
Caught one.
What? Oh, she had a shotgun. Sorry.
Player standing. One enemy.
Winnable.
Nice.
Oh,
What the fuck?
nice bird.
Alright, okay. I did not
That's
expect
what I'm
that.
talking about.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. I turn that down
alert.
a little bit. He's like he's hype. I
Did
like
not
him.
expect that. Good ult.
Hell yeah.
Damn.
Dude, we're fucking smurfing down here. Okay, you guys are smurfing. I ultied. I did the ulti.
Does
I'm
anyone
here.
have a judge skin?
Can someone get this?
Let's go.
Thank you. Get out of my way.
Oh, wait.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
We chilling? I'll get you the gun.
I'm
don't
out
worry.
of here.
No, no, no. You can have it back.
Reloading.
Wait. They're here.
Do me proud.
Cypher, go on your cam so I can see.
Go, go, go. Coming through.
My ultimate is ready.
Enemy, you gotta go.
Am I getting heal?
Oh, there are a
Spike
lot of
down
people up
A.
here.
Still in sight.
H.
Healing.
I have this fight.
I'm out of here.
Harm their vision.
Do it, Lily.
Your duty
Oh.
is not over.
Back in business.
Oh, I took your gun.
Yeah, just kill it. It's fine.
Spike down A.
Prepare for hellfire.
Last player
I got off
standing.
twice in one round.
What the heck is going on? What is going on?
Oh, they're all there. Okay. we got. They were like 3 stacked A side.
Yeah, let's go B.
Yeah.
Or, I can buy next round still. Or I can buy someone this round. If we're buying? Yeah,
Everyone
quest
kind of
Scarra.
wants to buy.
Can someone spot me?
Thank you. And he's got ulti.
Hey,
Guys,
Scarra,
I got it all.
drop
Yeah,
my
you got
cash.
it.
Roll.
Where's my
Thank
gun?
you.
You picked. No, wait. Okay, thank you.
That was so sad.
Okay.
I'm not gonna repeat that.
Hey, I think we rotate.
Oh, it was not that fun.
Spike down B.
Next round, I'm one tapping here. I don't care.
Last player
Oh
standing.
my fucking god, the ops are killing us so bad. Wait, what is he doing?
Flawless.
Oh, I
Let them
can't
try
wait.
to
Oh, this is
get-
gonna be
go, go,
so
go.
fucking funny.
Okay,
I'm
we can't.
not even gonna buy a gun. I'm just gonna sit behind this guy.
He doesn't have a gun either. You guys are really gonna.
Enemy B. Reloading.
Where is everyone hiding?
Wave crashing. Shield going out.
No, that was like. Yo, who got a phantom? Who got a vandal skin?
Found you.
Spike planted.
Oh shit.
Last player standing.
Well, they were doing well for a bit.
Bro, we got opt on.
Yeah,
These
they're
guys
using
are
a lot of ops.
fringe operas. Don't worry. Wait, I did headshot her. That's why she ran. Oh my god. I'm so good. Okay.
Do we have any how do we counter that?
Oh, you smoked and you walk. That's me. Don't worry. I got you.
Guys, go away. I'm gonna bring all 5 of them B. And you can
Neon
plant
is like-
and you can win the round.
Neon is like a neon player. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
We go.
Definitely Filipino. I hear you.
what?
Flooding them.
What does that mean, bro?
Enemy B.
I'm scared. Oh my god, that fucking Odin.
Spike down
Oh.
A. Last player standing.
Hey, God. Guys, can I shoot the alarm? Anyone know? Yes. Okay. Cool. No. We go through mid. It's a mid angle. It's definitely a we play default and we go.
I don't care. I'm getting my kill on Sky.
Yeah.
Like I can kill it, but like she's playing weird.
Yeah. It's super weird.
So I get ready to retrade me. Well, no, you don't need to get ready because I'm not gonna die.
Yeah. Don't even buy a gun. Just pick up this guy's up.
Oh, sure, just in case.
Walls up.
Scared. Look at this.
Guy's falling. Someone is B.
Close. Oh shit.
Ultimate ready.
Here, let me heal you.
For you.
Wait, they think we're
Oh
running.
no! Not only did I voice crack, we got collided.
Where should we go?
Reloading.
I hear 1B.
I'm killing this guy.
Last player standing.
I'm so sorry.
Spike down mid.
Fuck. That shot was illegal. Yeah, I know. Okay, they're gonna be waiting for you here. So.
What the? Bro.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, fuck. In hindsight, you need to push the fucking jets.
I'm done trolling.
No, keep going for it. But...
Let's go away.
No, I'm gonna go for it.
No. Come here. Wall me in. Like, we have like 4 walls. I should be able to get into sight and then just like slam anyone.
Yeah, let's go.
So
for
like
it.
harbor you wall, I'm gonna use my wall and I'm gonna get it to elbow and then I'm gonna push the guy's sight.
Here we go.
Water
My
rising.
territory. My roof. I have them now.
Turn the tide.
No, who's in it? Sage, I got you. Get Sage out. Nice.
Healing. Plant this bite.
Bro, everyone ran back here, man. What the heck? Give me some space.
Planted.
Bro!
Fire in the hole.
Blocking fire. Right there.
Oh, guys, careful.
Careful outside.
Wait, someone peek.
Wow.
Last
on
player
it.
standing.
Behind you, yeah.
Sage, you got me.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Your beast.
Hey,
Holy
Let's go.
Stop.
No.
I ran out of bullets again.
No one fucking pushed from spawn. Good clutch. Why do I have 10 kills in 10 rounds? 10 deaths in 10 rounds. Wait, I didn't even know you were in the thing. You were just like, well, I guess that's like you like accepted your death. I could have gotten you out too. The guy was yelling. He's like, I got you. I'm like, what? What's this guy saying?
Still in sight.
2B.
Cutting their vision.
Oh, he's gotten off.
Spike down A.
He pushed the wall.
Last
Ah,
player standing.
fuck! I wanted to get the spike, my bad. Should have been.
My ultimate is ready. Give me a corpse.
Definitely like an opt here, right?
Erased.
Okay.
Come on, Cypher. I believe in you.
Hey, nice try.
Yep.
I should not have spoken.
Continue.
Yo,
Last
Cypher.
round in the half.
We lose our money after this.
Alright, I need to open.
Me personally, I'm not taking that.
What the heck is this guy saying?
Me
dude?
personally.
Poggers.
Oh, you just told them a little poggers.
Who's my little poggy walkie?
Oh, let's go. Everyone peek that. No. Sage Harbor. Sage Harbor, come here and peek. Everyone peek.
I'm so scared.
Bro! Why is it Raze here?
Reloading.
Go. Spike
There was
down
another
B.
person. There was 2 people here. Me Wolfers? Yeah.
Your duty
Oh,
is
you're
not
good.
over.
I tried. I'm so sorry.
No, I appreciate that. You really wanted to get me to 13?
You got this, Cypher.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's cool. Like, I'm just going for top deaths this game. You're making it easier, actually. No one's catching up to me. Dude,
Careful now.
it's a horror game.
Alright, no, we're defense sided.
Yeah,
We're defense
We
sided.
actually have you
Switching
and
sides.
Cypher defense sided.
The symphony of
Hi.
It's actually true. Thank you, Rory.
you get used to it.
No.
Do you want mid?
No, please take it.
Guys, I activated my cheats.
Sure, I was gonna just
Oh.
roll.
I know cheating is bad,
Oh,
but half the team is cheating, so
Oh, okay.
I will officially carry this game.
Okay. What is the
Trust
what
me,
do you
Harbor.
mean?
I'm gonna need a buy from you every round.
Okay. No, you just take their guns, man. You got this.
Yeah, but what if I have like a classic? Cause like their aimbot locks onto my forehead.
Hey, don't worry, you got this.
No, rotate. Sage, rotate over. Nice, good frag. Let's go. Good kill.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Wait, Cypher, don't push.
Nah, he's got it.
Never mind, you're better. Nice.
Or you like my title, right? I literally thought about that shit on the fly.
That was good.
Guys, Reyna's telling me to look at my KD.
Take them out
Is it
before
bad?
they even pull the trigger.
I feel like
Alright. No one, I can hold A by
Tell me to-
myself. Just like,
do you want me to wall mid?
everyone just like say mid or B. I got this. I'm
Sure.
telling you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna do the thing.
do
The
the
sages do.
If I don't got it,
Oh, I
you
think
can
they usually start on the
report
other
me or
side.
something.
Well, you know.
Do it here and then make sure to throw 2 slows when they break it. Oh, Professor, by the way, what the...
Right there.
They're breaking.
Oh. Across.
Are they not pushing?
Cage triggered.
What are these kids doing?
And ropes.
My ultimate is ready.
Nice.
Required destroyed.
Spike down mid.
Where is everyone hiding?
Wait, don't let him get the bomb. Oh no.
What?
One
60
enemy
jet, 60
remaining.
jet.
Nice.
Spike down mid.
He's super low.
Boom, shakalaka. Oh, she's not here.
Jesus Christ.
Boom, boom.
Shakalaka.
You were pitiful.
Nice.
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 Hey, Reyna, look at your KD, dude.
My advice: don't get shot.
Honestly, this is good.
I'm out of here.
It's better than toxicity, you know
Well,
what I
no,
mean?
it's good vibes. No,
Yeah,
for
there's
sure.
good vibes. Team is good vibes.
I just
right
don't
now.
like to have 15 deaths, but it's good vibes.
Scarra. If you didn't point it out, I wouldn't have pressed tab and I wouldn't
I'm
have
just
looked
saying,
at the
a couple
number.
of those were because our Sage just keeps pressing me to
One
death.
time. One time.
Huh? What?
First-
What about 8? I got ops.
I don't remember.
Barrier created.
17 on raid.
Spike planted.
Blocking fire.
Wait, hold on. I'm after. Oh no. Wait.
One dead.
Wave crashing.
Okay.
Last
Oh,
player
shit.
standing.
Sorry.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm fucking shit. Game is
It was so
6444
funny.
159 months.
I crawled under Deadlock's wall.
Oh.
Wow, I'm poor. I will
Same.
wall mid again because I feel useful doing that.
Don't do it.
What do you mean? It's the best thing on earth. This is my sagely duty.
No, it's not. It's a canon event. You're gonna have to learn not to do that, man. I'm saving you.
Enemy
Where is
head.
it?
Flooding them.
Is it A?
Only one. Only one.
Okay, I'm gonna wait.
B?
Seems awfully suspicious. They're on B.
Finished. Enemy spotted B.
Oh, there's one just hiding hard.
Still in sight.
I'm telling you, Jet turned up the cheats.
Spike planted.
Don't believe me? Search up Jet R34.
Satisfying.
It's hard. Hey. You know, I'm done.
My territory is mine. I have.
Oh, you fucking serious?
Yo, Jet's dead! Woo!
You're live. You can't save them on run.
Last player standing.
Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I'm embarrassed. I'm actually really embarrassed right now. I'm really embarrassed.
Don't get stabbed. Bad way to go.
I'm gonna wall mid again, okay?
Yeah, go for it, yeah.
I think it's just what I have to do as a sage.
Yeah.
Show them how we fight.
It's your birthright, I would
It's
say.
my birthright.
Get out of my way.
Oh, they're gonna.
BBB, no one A.
They're breaking it. And you're
Nice,
gonna
good
get.
stuff, Harbor. Wait, one more going mid. One more going mid.
Last player
Uh-oh.
standing. Spike
I didn't know there's a
planted.
hole. Wait.
Gotta go. Watch out. Go, go, go. Gotta go. Shocking.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Nice.
God, this neon.
This guy's
I'm
up.
telling you.
Let's
turn my cheats on
go.
for you, Harbor.
Nice
Yeah, you
neon.
turned it
Try it
on.
again. I dare
I'm
you.
telling you, I turned them on.
I'm out of here.
Yeah,
so
you
let's
did.
whatever 13
We will
months.
bury them under their transgressions.
Well played by him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't want to wall
Harbor.
it anymore.
As long as you kill the jet, you're doing enough. Like you gotta tilt her.
Yeah,
I got
Harbor.
you.
Gotta get her mad.
Yeah, Harbor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If they're
Harbor.
mad, they can't think.
Yeah, Harbor.
And that means you could get more kills.
Yeah,
Oh,
Harbor.
okay.
And that means we could all get more kills.
Yeah, Harbor.
And that means we could get more RR.
Yeah, Harbor.
Completely. Got it.
Enemy A.
Shield going out.
Fade. Deadlock A.
Tripwire destroyed. Fire in the hole!
Walls up.
Nice. Good trade.
140 jet? No way. I hit her for 140.
Spike planted.
No way. 18 fade.
Last player standing.
He's using the same blood I use celebrities are just like us. Yeah, I'm just like you. Oh,
Oh, this sucks.
we both live in
Oh, this sucks.
$1 million mansions. Do
Your
you?
mind is
My
just as
elevator broke down the
dangerous.
other day,
Boy.
just probably like yours.
Poor.
Did you say we're poor?
Poor.
Yeah, we're just like everyone else.
Wait. Yeah, we're saving, right? Okay.
Yeah. No, we yeah.
Flooding them.
I've got your
Too
trail.
slow.
Good shot. It's all good.
Cutting their vision.
I'm out of here.
Sage, you got heal?
Healing you.
All
Go.
right. I know what you're thinking, Lily. Yeah. You
One heaven,
should
one
res
heaven.
me. Yeah, kill this guy, Heaven.
Nice, one more.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
I'm sorry.
Last player standing.
48.
Thrifty.
Wow. Neon doing so good.
I'm telling you, bro. I turned on my cheats, Harbor.
Yeah, I see.
They will
Bro.
Nice,
Yep.
Neon.
I'm telling you.
then they will die.
Yeah, I'm trying to give them
Anyone need
more
a buy?
positive reinforcement. I think it's working out,
Did
right?
someone spot me?
Yeah.
Shukriya.
You're
Thank you.
literally
Got
Miss
you.
Positive.
Yeah, water the plants, you know?
Mm-hmm. I have an elevator broke down, bro. When I walked down 40 flights of stairs, 49 flights of stairs, but the last time my elevator broke in my apartment, that was
Wave
not
crashing.
good.
Enemy spotted A.
Hey, help.
Oh, he's holding
Spike
op
down
angle
A.
there. When op is A?
Sage, you can res.
Your duty is not over.
For a moment.
What the fuck? Wait, he...
Oh no. Oh, one Emin.
Is everyone hiding?
Just AFK. I think it's only deadlock, right?
Territory, my rules.
Nice. Still ramp.
Here.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
The spike is here.
Spike weapon here.
Careful, you know what Jet is.
Jet was AFK.
Oh, Jet turned on auto clicker, I think. No. Stay alive, she
Oh
can't play.
no.
10 seconds left.
You're good. The round win is all that is
She was
important.
AFK. Wow.
Yeah.
Good work. Did 21 deaths. It looks
Scarra,
so funny.
again, if you didn't say so, I
Who
wouldn't
got a
press
Vandal skin I
tab
could use?
and look at the 21 deaths you have. Like, it's not a big deal, bro.
Someone
I
drop me a
know it's
Vandal
not a
skin?
big deal. I'm just telling you. In fact, it's really cool to have 20 deaths.
Ooh. Thank you, thank you.
Try not to get shot, okay? Wave crashing.
They deadlock mid.
Enemy spotted me.
Two more. I think it's a B rush.
One sewers.
Get out of my
Going
way.
A?
I think it's A.
I think they're rotating A. One's mid, just running it down.
120.
Jet was still mid.
Just retake together.
Spike planted.
Nice. 120 on deadlock.
One elbow.
One enemy remaining.
120 on last.
Yeah.
Just stay together, stay together.
30 life.
Enemy spotted.
Wait,
getting
someone
on.
stick it, someone stick it.
Yeah, you cover, you cover. Good slow. Nice.
Nice, good stuff, guys.
Healing you.
Woohoo! I'm a safe main.
Fight till the end. No matter what.
I'm not.
You're a
I'm
neon
not.
main in disguise. I swear. You should
No.
be. Yeah, no.
No,
Your
she's too
neon
hard.
kind of bang. Like, Broden was jealous.
We already have a neon main, though. I don't want to take Broden's thing, you know?
Bro, trust me. That's what I said, and I ended up on Harbor. Okay, don't be me. You don't want to be that hipster who only plays a character no one else plays.
I only want to play people that people don't play. I don't know what to tell you. man.
There's already one person like that. Okay,
Ooh.
it's me. That's why I play Harbor.
You know what? Maybe I'll play Harbor now, huh?
You will hate him after one game. I'm not worried.
I've got your trail.
Okay. Why?
Can I get a heal?
Why did my thing come up there? I fucking my button. I mispressed fucking my buttons there. That's so bad.
Close.
Bye-bye.
Still in sight.
Spike down A.
Cutting their vision.
Reloading.
Last
Oh
player
my god, I
standing.
suck it up.
Wait, this guy didn't heal. This guy's
Spike
crazy.
planted.
This guy's gonna game out of his mind.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he did.
Nice try.
NT. Nice
I can't see
try.
them yet, but I can feel them getting ready.
We need your wall.
Reyna, play A. I can solo hold B.
Where should I put my... Okay, you know, how about I save my wall now?
You can put it in heaven if you want.
Heaven, like here?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Ooh, that's a cool idea. That's a quirky idea, Scarra.
Oh yeah, I know. I give those.
Right here?
Together.
Yeah, you can. Make sure they can't jump
Okay.
over it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Barrier created.
Some B.
Wave crashing.
Many B.
Many be.
Water rising.
Oh, they can go over the box. Well,
Fire in the hole.
Shield going up.
Spike down B.
Here we go.
Only I could see you hide.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
He's really low,
1
really
HP,
low,
1
really
HP,
low.
1 HP. Hit 126. Leaving, just play together, play together.
The guy. That's 24 life.
Wait, stay together so he can't get us all. Off a pick. Nice.
Nice.
And I'm still hungry.
Phew.
Spike is B.
Not worried. Not worried at all.
Match point.
We're so close,
Need a
I can
drop.
taste it. Come on.
Let's go. Dude, 4 of them are broke. Just like, don't push out anywhere. They're gonna try 5-man rushing.
Stay in the
I'm only
moment.
24. It's time.
Wave crashing.
What's up, Say?
I'm in.
Flooding them.
2 mid.
Deadlock's in van.
Spike down A.
Oh, one's on site.
Your trail.
Deadlock on site. I mean, deadlock ramp.
There's 2 guns.
Wait, Sage, go right. Wait, Raina needs help. 35 on
screens.
deadlock.
Spike planted.
One's elbow.
One site.
My territory. My
Last player standing.
70 jet.
One enemy remaining.
Hit 35. You saw him.
Nice! Nice!
GG's.
Good shit, Sage.
GG's. Oh, let's go.
Funny, I turned the cheeks on, you know?
Yeah, I saw.
again.
Nice round. Nice round.
GG.
The entire game, you're like, yeah, Neon. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, that's all you gotta say. I'm vibing. He's vibing. We win. Easy. I got 12 RR. Well deserved.
I have 20. Oh my god, I need 25 more.
I'm gonna go play some ads.
Poggers. So, Scarra, what do
Yeah?
you think about Fortnite?
It's okay. Sometimes I'm interested.
Do you want to play? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, better idea.
Okay, wait. The pause
we-
wasn't for you. I was responding to someone. It wasn't like an awkward pause where I didn't want to
We
respond.
convinced Michael to play Valorant.
That's harder than playing Fortnite.
Well, hold on. Let me get him in call. Hold on.
No, I mean we could play Fortnite.
me
Wait,
get
why?
him in call.
Wait, why? When do you want to play Fortnite?
Wait, hold on. He's calling me. Hold on.
Okay, what are you gonna tell him?
What did you mess up on?
I went to the gym and now I'm all smelly. Can I have 10 extra minutes to shower?
That's what you meant.
Can I have 10 extra minutes, please? Please, can I have 10 extra minutes to shower?
Yeah, I don't care. It's fine. Take your time, bro. It's fine. Do you want us to do you want us to play one more game of Valor or?
Yeah, play a game. Let me just shower.
Okay.
Do whatever. Play a swift play or whatever. Just,
Okay,
it'll only be
alright.
10 extra minutes, okay?
Okay. Bye.
Okay.
He called me 4 times. Why are you doing this to me? Scarra, hypothetically, if I get 25 RR next game, I get silver too. Do you think it's
Ori,
possible?
that's your. Yeah, I think that's definitely doable.
Okay, last game.
Ori,
last Valorant.
that's your soundboard. Wait. I was like, whose server was that from? What's that? Wait, you don't know about soundboards? Okay, let me. have it turned to 0 day one. I mean, you have so many in your server. You have like, your server literally has like 20, 25. Like so many. You have the most of any server I'm on. Yeah, what you... Oh. Wait.
Match found.
Alright, I'm insta-locking right now. Okay.
Death is not an option.
Death is not an option for me. What? Where'd you go? She left me. Why are you guys cringing, man? I'm literally trying to be a voice actor. Can you guys spare some sympathy? Everyone starts from the ground up. Wait, what's this one? What's this one? What's this one? What about this one? There's a diffuse? Oh my god.
What was it?
Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, oh, she doesn't know. Huh? What was what?
You were laughing and going, ha ha ha, like why, well, what?
Oh, you know, I was just telling great jokes. Yeah, tell him, LP.
Don't call me that, please.
Say that again, LP. Hit it up. Hit him with the sick verse.
Yo. Oh, their Discord delay makes this impossible. You are having way too much fun with that.
Huh? Yeah. Lily, it's about the small things, okay? You may not know this from your YouTube position, but here on Twitch, we have to settle for very just smaller things. Meow.
Meow.
Which one was the soundboard?
You don't want me to answer that.
What?
Yo, my
Ready up.
name is Scarra.
First,
Oh, I was
we
gonna.
put them on their
Okay.
heels. Then we put them in the ground.
Yo, my name is Scarra. Where's your Scarra? And I drive a car. Just kidding, I don't drive, and that's why I'm alive.
I'm down to remake if she's AFK.
Yeah, I'm down too.
Or DC'd, I should say.
Who are we talking about?
Sage.
Oh.
She hasn't connected,
Oh.
I think.
How do you remake?
what she's thinking. How do we remake?
Okay, here, come from me, come with me, come with me.
Just run in and die so we can
Lily, be careful, be careful!
just run in and die so we can remake, please.
Wait, she didn't fall for it.
Barrier deployed.
Did it?
One enemy remaining.
They're done.
Okay. Can we remake now?
Add a tally to the board.
You just slash remake.
Yeah, we just remake, I guess.
Yeah, we don't have a fifth. Hit it.
Hit it.
Vote yes, please. F5.
Who's not voting? Okay.
Yeah, that was probably
else?
10. That was probably 10 minutes. Wait, I can't believe you didn't jump when I played the Sova ulti.
Oh, I was wondering what that was. I'm like, why did I hear? It didn't even register in my brain. Like,
nothing weird was happening around what?
Wait, what do we do now? Fuck. I told him we play a Valorant game.
Wait, I mean, we could just play like a team deathmatch or something.
Blame.
Wait, I like TDO.
Okay, let's play TDO.
Silvers in my game shoot like 10s. Oh yeah, happens.
I am the hunter!
You're so troll.
Match found.
Death is not an option.
Oh my god, what is... Like, why do you have these? This is so true. You're gonna fuck with me. In an actual game.
I'm just waiting till you're down to the 1v1.
That's actually messed up, bro.
God, it even plays the beep afterwards. It's so good. Value main, I want to play a controller, and I think Deadlock has a cool ulti and a cool E, and I just don't have to buy her other abilities. And people say that's weird, but I tell them, nah. I think her other abilities kind of... her Sonic Center is good, but I don't really... do her grab net sometimes. I'm like, who the fuck uses this ability? It's like only useful with other people kind of deal.
If you think about it, it's no wonder you're all so capable of hurting each other after all that practice.
What gun do you use?
Oh, you know, it's always the... Wait, there's no
Reloading.
sheriff. It's the ghost.
I use Ghost too.
Wow, I need to practice here.
Blocking movement. It's a cannon.
Someone's there.
Okay, no problem, no problem. What rank do you think these guys are?
No escape.
I don't know. Probably Mortal, right?
Oh, I can net myself. That's cool. That's cool to know.
Jesus Christ.
Can't use that. Three down. No surprises.
Somebody's there.
Four down.
Okay, I got a little pop off there.
I need a...
Problem solved.
I'm good for 3. Up and away. Somebody's there.
Oh my god, he saved me. Oh. I suck. Oh, someone DC'd.
I'm out of here. Ultimate ready.
This guy's in the corner.
I'll take it. Dizzy's up top. He has targets.
Get out of my way. Sound sensor out. Reloading. Pull them to their graves.
Ah!
Take it out. Bye-bye.
Ow!
That's 3.
A little mean.
Wait, we're only losing this guy DC. We're not even losing.
And you're done.
God, this guy's just dancing, man.
Wait. Who's DC'd?
Not anymore, I guess.
Listening.
Oh, ow. Oh my god, this jet's going crazy.
3 down.
Dizzy has targets.
4 down. Scratch 1.
New stage in 10.
Ow.
Oh. Wait, I got like 7 in a row there. Check his piss? Who's checking it, dude?
No. Oh, you're doing a great job, Scarra.
Kill confirmed.
I need heals.
No escape.
Ow. I guess I could just die. I guess that's my heal.
Sound sensor up. Listening. Sensor drift.
Go get it, buddy.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, we're playing 5v4, by the way. But we're
What?
We're playing, we're owning, don't worry.
Wait. Oh my god, we're playing 5v4.
Yeah, we're owning, don't worry.
One less. Ultimate ready. Pull them to their grave. Reeling them in. Go, go, go. Here we go. They couldn't
Oh, I
save
killed
you.
someone. Wait, I killed Sex Haver.
And you're done. Run, little man.
Lily, we're
Oh,
farming
are
these
you
guys.
serious? Wait, I want to farm too.
Wait.
Okay. This way. I'm out of here. Blocking movement. Sound sensor. Sound sensor up.
The hunt begins.
Healing you.
Are you serious?
Throwing net. One way.
No.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Dizzy's up top.
so long.
Ah!
Get out of my way.
Get him, wingman.
I shot my wingman.
Hologram.
I'm good for 3.
Go, go, go.
My ultimate.
Oh, okay, okay.
We tend to dust.
I can't fucking hit their heads here, man.
What? I can't believe we're. Oh, wait, no. Did that Reyna come back?
Nope.
Gecko down.
Oh my god, this is so close.
Not for long, not for long. I got this.
Oh my god.
The music's playing, Lily.
Good race. Ultimate. Hold them to their grave.
One more.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Woohoo!
Okay.
Oh my god.
We dropped 71 of our 100 kills.
That was
Lily.
kind of fun. That was kind of fun.
71 of our 100 kills were us.
They were probably immortal, right? Like, they have
Yeah,
to be,
they're
right?
probably radiant.
They're probably
actually.
immortal, right? Wow, good job, Scarra. Do you wanna play a Swift play or something while we wait?
Wait, am I playing Fortnite with you guys?
Oh, I thought you don't want it. You don't have to.
I'm trying to. I just don't have it downloaded yet.
Oh, well, go ahead and download it now, Scarra.
Oh.
Or we convince Michael to play Valor with us. I think we can do that actually. Do you want to try?
No, you guys should just play Fortnite. Fortnite's fun.
There's Futurama in it. You like Futurama?
Oh, it's okay.
God, I want 25 more RR. Like, I'm so close. What if I convince Michael to play one Valor game with us so I can get 25?
Oh, that sounds okay.
I think I could do it. Do you think he's done showering yet?
Yeah.
I'll message him. He is not dead. What do you want to do? Scarra.
We can play another. I will admit I'm not really feeling Fortnite tonight. This is one of the times I'm gonna be like, you know, for the greater good, I'm gonna have to say no. I know how you invite me like once a month to stuff, but like this one time, Lily, I just have to say no.
Don't worry about it, bro.
No, it's like I feel really bad about it, but like,
can we play the word game?
Yeah. What is it called again?
What's the site again?
Something bomb. I forgot.
Word bomb?
Word bomb?
Yeah,
Bomb
I'll
party.
Bomb party. Yeah, I'll make it.
Okay. Guys, I'm gonna push the talk. I need voice activity for this game. Okay.
Where do I put it?
But just put in general.
I DM'd it to you.
Okay, or that. Hold on. I need to block it real quick. Oh wait, I don't need to block it.
Alright. I did medium first, okay?
Yeah, okay. No, wait, how much time did you give us?
Wait, I don't know. What's the time?
I guess the time, the average time is 5 seconds. It's fine, that's good. I think it's normal.
What the heck?
Wait, I can't hear you guys. Wait, I can't hear you guys.
We're starting at 5 seconds, by the way. Oh,
Oh,
you can
shit.
click the very top to start if you want faster.
Wait. I can, Michael.
Wait, you're gonna make the guy who types the slowest play a game
Mike,
about
we'll
typing
do easy. How about
speed.
we'll do easy? We'll do easy.
Oh, you,
Beginning.
okay, increase the typing time.
Okay, what is it? Minimum turn duration?
Yeah, the bomb lasts
It's 5.
Yeah, I mean,
5
okay.
is pretty good.
Okay, you know.
Michael,
Yeah, okay.
can you click the link I just DM'd you on Discord?
Oh.
Hello? Can you click the link I
You guys.
DM? Yes, we can hear you. Hello? Hello?
Oh, hi. I can hear you.
Can you click the link I DM'd you on Discord?
No.
Oh.
Okay.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming that's you.
You assumed right.
Alright, this is a game where you have to try to make the word
Play Misu?
with the letters.
Oh, wait. Maybe in a second. Wait. I'm playing word. Hold on. We're playing a word game.
Penis.
Wait,
What is? God.
Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
God damn it.
Michael, are you serious?
Oh shit.
Bumping, I like it.
Arizona.
Oh, stop! Shut up!
TypeScript.
I don't know what Uber. Okay. No. I don't know this one.
Not Iowa?
No, you got a lot of time. You got like 30 seconds.
Oh wait, INTJ. Fuck. Fuck. PN.
Oh.
Oh shit. Shit. I didn't think about this. I didn't even. I had something for IA.
It looks like a guy jerking himself off if you turn it like to the side.
If you squint your eyes really.
Yeah, if you really hard. Oh shit.
Fuck. Dentist.
That was fun. We're just waiting for you.
Oh, cool. That's a fun game. I like that. I'm gonna get on Fortnite now.
Honey. Can we play one Valorant game?
I'm gonna get on Fortnite now.
Honey, please.
Get on
one.
Fortnite. Okay, yeah, we can play one Valorant game.
Yay!
Wait, you convinced him?
You tricked me. You said we were playing Fortnite today.
Wait, but if I get 25 RR from this, I get silver too. You want me to be silver too, right?
That would be pretty cool. 25 RR is kind of a lot.
I've gotten 28, 30
Wait,
before.
now I have to go back to Vala. Oh my god.
Okay, come on, guys, get on. Just
Alright,
one game.
One
game.
I'm not gonna ask VC for this because we're gonna get rolled if we play in her RR. But maybe after this, when they go play Fortnite.
Fortnite, yeah.
Fortnite.
It's a Futurama update, kinda. Pretty good.
What do you mean by kinda?
It's not that much. Like it's not a huge event. It's like there's one gun added and some skins added and a glider added.
Wait, that feels really low.
Yeah, it's not that much stuff. It's not like a huge. It's not like the name of the update. It's more just like a collaboration.
Oh, like is the Jujutsu Kaisen collab soon?
Oh, I heard that's after.
Oh.
Yeah. The one gun they did add for Futurama is really good. It's very good. It's a ray gun. It's pretty solid.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and all the movement options are back. Well, most of them. The good ones are back. Like the grapple glove, the Spider-Man gauntlet.
Oh, the Spider-Man gauntlet is so fun.
It's so good. It's so fun. Yeah. I really like this one pistol they added called the Mammoth pistol. It's like one shot, but it does like 150 headshot. And there's a bunch of perks that can make it better, so...
Wow.
It's like the new sniper. Oh, it's
Wait,
a scan too.
they're doing a BattleBit Twitch Rivals?
Dude, I want to be in it.
What is this? What is the...
I feel like Michael should be in that.
Yeah,
I want to be in it just for fun.
What is the...
But he doesn't stream, dude.
I'm so curious what the whatchamacallit rules for this would be.
Yeah.
Match found.
Can be a pilot.
Okay, guys, if you can funnel the kills to me, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Killing everyone.
My kills. Load it. Scarra, we played like a 44 round Lotus game yesterday and lost. It was awesome.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, it was great.
Oh yeah, that was
after you lost, did you uninstall?
I thought about it.
That was the game I was telling you about yesterday, the 21 to 19.
Oh god.
Yeah, it was actually crazy. I just turned off my computer after that. I'm like, yeah, how about no?
Can you ask Mr. Rizzo has video? No. No, man. You're never gonna know until it comes out, dude. It's not something you ask for. It's something you're gracious to receive, okay? Just like when Christmas comes around, you know, you're just happy that Santa's there, okay? And if you ask for shit like a PS5, he's not gonna send that shit, dude. You're getting like 2 packs of coal. Maybe 3. Cuck E cheese. Yo, Mike, have you played this character?
What character? Oh God, no. No. I don't know even really what she does.
She is.
That Sova's arrows come
I don't even know how to explain this. Her ulti and her E are the only cool parts about her. Everything else kind of sucks. Kind of.
Yeah. I feel like isn't that her? I like her like X thing that doesn't let you move.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm playing against it, but
you can shoot the balls. But on pistol round, the whole thing has 1600 health. So it's like
that's like everyone's bullet.
Yes, everyone's shooting it and like trying to knife it down.
Hey, if I get 25 kills, I should be able to get 25 RR.
That's true. Unless we lose. Walk out.
Enemy spotted A.
I don't even know what the good smoke is here.
Oh, they're right out here. They're right out here.
I'm gonna smoke the door. Chad, Dave. Oh.
Any heals?
Someone's knifing the fucking wall.
He's knifing my own wall.
Oh, that's funny. I'm blinding.
Shitters.
Hey, nice blind.
And they really got so trapped there.
Yeah, I was like, are they still there?
I need my
The
height
wall
and
plus
body
your
in
X.
tip-top shape.
The X.
That was a sweet play, dude. You should zeet that, Scarra.
No, it's posted.
You should zeet that on Zwitter.
Zeet that on Zwitter? Oh, yeah.
You should
It's so dumb.
Shit's epic. You just don't get it. You just don't understand how quite awesome that is. Ah, goodness.
Blocking movement.
I'm a shitter.
Feeling sight.
Listening.
Enemy spotted.
Ow!
Jesus.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. C.
Spike spotted.
Oh, wow.
That was wild.
Now I know
Yeah, then you were
how
the
annoying.
you the people you don't buy
That block's
abilities. Okay,
annoying
I
as
bought them because I was
shit.
rich.
Michael,
Yeah,
you're top fragging.
I couldn't tell. If you were lying to me right now, I literally wouldn't be able to tell. I
Yeah, but-
unbinded tab.
Oh, so you don't get in your head about your kills.
Exactly. Save your mental, unbind tab.
I like it.
Okay.
You gotta believe me.
Barrier deployed.
No,
didn't
I didn't.
break this
105.
Cover going out.
Fuck!
Oh no. Could have gone anywhere else.
Spike planted.
Enemy removed.
Last player standing.
Oh, he's got it.
Whole cat.
Okay, that was unlucky. Oh wait, that's the Vandal that
Got any
glows.
champions there?
Make them regret their choice of profession.
Have you guys seen that guy on TikTok who just like drops glass jars down his stairs?
Oh, wait.
No.
See that? It's like
I
a
did-
jar.
Like different kinds of glass
Yeah, it's like
stuff?
glass jars full of marbles or glass jars full of soda or just soda bottles that are made out of glass.
I think
It's pretty awesome content. I do watch it whenever I see it.
I have not seen that.
It's crazy. It makes such a mess. I mean, it's worth it.
Sound
It's
sensor
super
up.
worth it.
Over there.
They're getting orb B.
Enemy spotted B.
We're going in.
Enemy spotted B.
Should have shut that
Spike
door.
down. B.
Oh yeah.
Reloading. Blocking movement. No escape.
Ah, shit.
Message sent.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Last player
Oh,
standing.
this guy owns. But
If you say one of my creatures,
I've been seeing those TikToks of that guy who like slaps his bread and like his fucking food, like sexually.
Oh, like
That's sick.
the donut dude?
Something like that, yeah. Like he just like fucking hits it, you know?
That's epic.
Bread is
Like
awesome.
he hits it like
No
yeah,
charges.
and then randomly he'll just like his shirt will just be off for like 3 frames.
Stay
And you'll be like,
strong.
what?
That's great. I'm glad the nature of content is forever changing and evolving. You know, it's cool.
sound sensor up. Over there.
Oh yeah, Silva hit
Watch this, watch this.
70. Never mind. You got healed.
Listening. Sensor.
Oh, they're already in.
Shit.
Spike planted. Cutting their vision.
Brimstone down.
Last player standing.
Ah, shit.
ATD.
Oh, I clicked the wrong button. It's Q. Now I want bread with like butter. Like really nice bread. What's the best quality bread you guys have ever had at a restaurant?
Depends on the vibe for sure.
Listening.
I like the Cheesecake Factory brown bread.
The brown one?
Sound sensor
The
up.
brown
Over
bread?
there. Over
Yeah,
there.
you're sick in the head.
What? It's better than the other one.
The hunt begins.
Let's see, I'm going.
Yeah. God damn.
Okay, she just
You're just better.
like a warm toasted bread with butter. Oh,
Dude, I bet the Reina pushes this. I bet she goes all
Spike
the way
planted.
here. I know she does. Never mind, she has self-control. That's crazy.
Last
What an-
player standing.
What?
I won't think about that. Hit her in the head.
Wow, she did push. I just didn't think she was past me.
I know.
Yeah, that
What
was
must
a
be
cool
done?
corner to be in. Damn, shit, man. We won the pistols and then.
No, we got this
shit,
game.
no, we got this.
Yeah,
we got this.
yeah. They do have never faked anything before. They're a full commitment kind of
Okay.
team.
Yeah.
Let's play this. You guys hear him? I hear A.
Deployed.
Yeah, just come A. Yeah, just come A. Fuck it. They never do anything else, bro.
Are you serious?
What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh, they're all coming in.
Hold them to their grave. You will not kill my allies.
Time to hunt.
Oh, I should have made more noise.
Hawk out.
Fuck, I can't believe I missed my ulti.
Last
Wait, the one
player
fun part of my
standing.
character is down.
Dude,
I need to
the
wait
Reina,
another 7 rounds.
Spike planted.
the Reina's better than our Reina. Fuck.
Yeah. Wait, why can I see it? Wait, why can I see the fucking score? I unbound this shit.
Combat is a means to
Oh,
an
they
end.
force you to see it.
And
They're
we
like
are-
trying
What?
to tell you.
It just became rebound? Wait, how is this possible?
Oh.
Wait, that's so interesting. What the
The
heck?
welcome to the Riot's
What?
Chinese spyware.
Wait,
You're
what
fucked.
the fuck? That's so weird. I can see it again. God, that's freakish. Okay, I'm gonna lock this down with the judge here.
Blocking movement. Sound sensor up.
Nah.
Ah, fuck. Let's see. They never stop.
Enemy spotted. C. Fire in the hole.
Well, that was awesome. I Razal's gone. I'm buying this shit again.
Oh, he was right there.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Happens.
Happens. Fuck. What is this?
Someone trust each other and we'll be fine.
Play better?
Fuck,
Yeah, we
no,
should
no,
play
that
better.
can't be it.
Have you
Oh.
Again.
No, you're right. You're right. All right, I'm a Hulk out. It's fine.
That can't be it.
Hulk.
Hulk out, go crazy. I mean, like, I think we can just, if we can, like, hold them better until
That's
the team
my
comes.
secret,
since we
Cap.
full commit.
I'm always angry.
Wait, we can also flank
Listening.
because they're just like running nonstop. All right,
Yeah.
Lily, let's go.
Okay.
Listening.
We just run. Look at this. Freedom. We flank them.
I don't think we should all be flanking.
Flank
though.
them,
It's kinda
flank them.
dumb.
That's kind of dumb. Well, I didn't say to the sky to flank, but the sky can't hear me. Oh God.
Where was it? Where was it?
Spike
Pillar
planted.
thing. That thing. Oh, nice shot.
Shit.
Removed.
The quarter.
Their arena is so much better than our arena, and I hate it. I hate myself.
Nah, she's not. Look at that.
Ah, look at that.
Heal up, squad.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. Where's me?
Res someone. The stage is
someone.
fucking.
Where's me? Oh my god, I won't let you down.
He has ult. He has his ultimate move.
Where is he?
You can't. You can't.
I will not die here.
Get
I
out
feel
of
like
there. Get out of there.
I
Get out
feel
of there.
like an
Last player
asshole.
standing.
No, it's okay.
You look like an
I should have died with
Also,
it.
nudge for TFT streaming, bro.
Which
I'm
was
gonna be honest with you. I'll just gonna play whatever I want. It's not like, it's like, that's just it. Set 9's fine, but
We're
I
in a
just played
pickle.
TFT for 3
Bit of a
years.
pickle.
We're in a bit
Not
of
that
a
interested.
bit of a pickle. What to do?
Yeah, it's fine.
I want bread with butter, you know.
I got yous, okay?
Sound sensor up.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted C. One dead. Multiple enemies C. Enemy spotted
begins.
I have flash.
Sound sensor up.
Spike planted.
Oh, she's on the right side. Reyna.
They can get inside.
Are you serious?
One less.
Last player standing.
Oh, that's not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
Getting on worse. Wow, it was looking.
What
Looking pretty good.
Have any patterns emerged yet?
Why is the arena so good? Why can't I be like that?
She's cheating. She's cheating.
She probably has hacks on her or something.
Yeah, she's probably
right?
hacking.
Yeah, she's probably hacking.
Yeah.
Listening. Sound sensor up. Barrier deployed.
Hawk out. Watching this spot. Seek them out. Hawk out.
Time.
Kill confirmed.
Oh, this guy actually just straight tapped
Are you
me.
Oh, I'm so bad.
Last player
Wait,
standing.
this guy is kind of good.
They're all so fucking good.
Man.
Nah, they're not. We got cookie cheese. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry, boys. Don't worry. Someone's gonna go
Spike
crazy.
planted.
I'm gonna go crazy here. Man!
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
man, she's on the wall.
They're everywhere.
They're very good.
Last
They
round in
are
the half.
pretty good.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
Well, it is what it is. I guess I'm not
Sound sensor up.
back to 50 RR.
No, we won. What? Don't give up.
I really want
You
bread
know,
with butter.
Red never gave up. Ash never gave up.
Okay.
Wait, did Red ever get Pokemon Champion?
Blocking movement. Over there. Pull them to their grave. No escape. Reloading. Sensor down. You will not kill my allies.
Yeah.
Enemy Rain has an ascendant gun buddy.
Spike
Oh,
planted.
that could be anything.
Last player standing.
What the fuck? I'm so
Dude, I can't.
Fire in the hole.
Oh no!
Oh, he opened the door to his death.
I am.
Switching
Okay.
sides.
This is depressing, man. I'm depressed. Why do what? I should play Fortnite. I'm sorry.
You know,
This is on me,
you
man.
learned a lesson. Michael, thank you for teaching her.
This is on me.
We could be playing Fortnite right now.
I'm sorry, Michael.
Maybe we'll win this game. Maybe they are very attack sided.
Oh, what's up, Misu? You know, they said he wanted to play, and I was like, you know, I shouldn't play with her because I don't want to get rolled by people way higher ranking. Not really that
The Reyna
fun.
would definitely be A.
The
You
opponent
always
is
know A.
ascendant on in my game, and I'm
So
like,
we'll go this-
what the fuck happened? I'm fucking silver, man. How did we get
No one
here?
likes playing C.
Yeah. See.
Yeah. Break the fucking wall, break the 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 wall, go, 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 go.
Blocking movement. Spike planted.
Yeah, also my ass.
That's awesome.
What happened?
He is waterfall.
Stop watching. Stop watching. Stop watching. Oh my god.
Enemy remaining.
Let's go, Lily!
Let's go. It's just that easy. It's just that
Oh
easy.
my
are going to win
fucking
this.
god.
Oh my god.
I know that I am by your side.
I'm awful at this game. Like, I don't know what happened, but this, I don't wanna,
Okay, 10 more, guys. Do you think there's ever been a game where people have won 10? Oh my god, I
Yes.
just pressed tab and it's like
Yes,
they
yes,
won
yes. 100
10
teams
in a row.
lost. 100 teams lost from this before. I think. It was them. Or was it they won or lost? I forgot which one.
They lost.
Reloading.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted.
The Reyna's here. Ah shit, they gotta go.
Reloading.
Oh, they are both in there. I didn't mean to jump. I might have lost a bulldog.
Go to B, go to B, fuck it, go to B. Fuck it, A sucks. Go to B. Run away, someone out of B. Please come to B. Please come to B.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3.
Watch you years ago on League? Yeah, I've been around a long time. You know how it is.
He's so scared. He's so scared.
Nah, it's fine. Lily's got this great trade angle. Not yet.
I'll ignore it. I'll pretend I didn't do that.
Perfect, perfect. Nice.
Nice. Good job.
You guys are amazing.
Okay, 9 more.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Last thing I need is some hero.
Easy, easily.
yeah.
Spikes here.
All right. Do we have anything to fade?
I have a question. So in this situation, I guess I just buy a sheriff and I let you guys handle it.
Yeah, oh my
Trust me. If we go to B, we will kill these guys.
Embarrassing.
If we go to B, I'm gonna smoke here and here, and then we push the Reyna in that little room. And we'll get it out.
Reyna's A.
Good attempt.
Awesome.
Still inside.
My ult's ready. Seek them out. Found one.
They broke the door.
Enemy spotted B. Throwing net. Down with. Barrier deployed.
Silva's in the little room.
Be serious.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Silva was in the little room, Scarra. You trapped his ass. He can't get through that. He can't get through that. This fool. On the sage? On the sage wall? He's trapped
Wow.
forever. That's so toxic.
My ultimate is
That's so
He
funny.
was
so
over
funny.
there. What the heck?
Take like 40 bullets to break that combo.
You're all more important than words on a brief. Look out for each other.
All right, guys, I'm feeling it.
Feeling this,
I'm
Scarra?
feeling it.
I'm
feeling
feeling it.
Okay, okay.
Cancel your Fortnite plans. We're gonna be here all day.
Dude, I'll fake smoke in that little room, and then we could go see and just break the wall really fast.
Oh, okay.
Damn, Michael IGLing. I like it.
Okay.
Well, I don't really know a lot about Valorant, so I shouldn't be doing this. But...
Well, no one else is, so you're doing a good job.
Shit.
You might play top wall.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Fuck it. We can do another one.
No, they're using a lot of things here.
You might have pushed up.
Yep. I forgot the sonic sensor.
Oh!
Hostile down.
Shot. Was working.
Listening.
I'm back, baby.
Cutting their vision. Still inside.
Nice. I'm gonna ult for info. I'm gonna check cloud. Drop is clear.
Ultimate ready.
One play, one play. He got sonic censored.
Spike planted.
I'll keep an eye on flying.
Fire in the hole.
That's
Blocking
fine.
movement.
One enemy remaining.
4 down. I had.
Oh my
Nice.
god, that was clean. What the heck?
Oh, that was a good round.
That was really clean by everyone.
Var försiktig.
Wait, I missed my ace. Wait.
So you're one on.
Good job, Scarra.
Hold on, I need to cover
Listening.
fucking flanks because this shit is so annoying to get flanked on this map.
Sound sensor up.
Yeah. Alright. IGL, Michael, keep going.
Let's go to C, baby. And then break her wall, and then cut sound, pretend like we're going somewhere else, and then hit C. Like an animal.
Not here.
Oof, they might have swapped up the stage. Shit.
Say this, man.
Still in sight.
Shadows traveling.
Barrier deployed.
Well, I'm planning.
That's good.
Spike hold them.
No way.
What happened?
Oh, he's the smoke is offset. Michael, fuck.
Yeah, I got you, dude. Right.
Yeah, you got me. Oh,
Oh,
he's
shit,
in
another waterfall?
Waterfall, yeah.
Prepare for hellfire.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
80. Thank God. Oh, I went.
So good. We're simply too good.
The enemy only looks composed. Their heart's still a different story.
Okay. I can TP to this wall, and then we can shoot at the arena from 2 different angles and over.
Okay, but we don't have that much time.
Actually, yeah. Careful if they nade though.
What?
Listening.
Let's see. 2 different angles. 2 different angles. Okay, she's not here.
Dude, this guy literally tried to backseat my sonic sensors. And I'm like, of all the things you can backseat, like fucking, just tell me my aim sucks, man.
Wait a little bit.
Are you? It's 120, Silva. Fuck.
Oh, he's inside.
Spike down.
Oh, he's down. Oh, he's down.
Last player standing.
I'll make them remember.
Alright, I like your scene.
Let's go to C then.
Yeah, let's go to C again.
Listening.
Like, if it, like, bro, like, oh.
That's fucked up.
It's okay.
What?
No, it's fine.
They have an op now also.
Oh. Oh, I can't be.
Cover going out.
Oh, this is kind of
Yeah,
scary.
you can. Be
Oh, yeah,
brave.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, it's
yeah.
on. Is there a guy here?
Yeah.
Broken. Hit her in the foot. Yeah.
The hunt begins.
Okay. Well,
We just
go
chilling.
somewhere else.
Yep. Oh, this guy fucking fights so
Spike
fast.
down. Attacker spawn.
Now what?
Last player standing.
Alright, I moved while shooting. That was my fault.
Oh.
Okay,
Match
well, it was a
point.
good try.
Oh, you're still fine.
They can't begin to comprehend it.
It is. Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Dude, what if we bum rush the shit out of B?
I like it. I like it.
Sound sensor up.
What if? Right here is scary. So I'm gonna smoke here and here.
Like, why is our? Oh man.
Like animals we go.
Shadows traveling.
Fuck, right here.
Seek them out. Found one.
Nice.
We go see. We go see.
Are you serious? I got
You go
needed.
see? Yeah, that's a great idea.
65 raise.
Barrier created.
Oh yeah, she's up there.
Spike planted.
Waterfall.
Blocking movement. Throwing net.
Peace off.
Sound sensor up.
Oh yeah, the one was waterfall. 2 waterfall they were. They could be moving.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
We hold them.
They hold the shit out of them. Well, he doesn't even know. Cool.
Last
I
player
just want
standing.
840. Just show shit.
He's up. Oh yeah.
He
Just know
does have
gets it, right?
time.
Just know,
Run.
yeah.
You're good. Nice.
Nice.
Dude.
Together, we will bury them under their transgressions.
Dude, their age should be.
The A is just
Right.
that one guy holding, but it should be
Who is
fine.
it?
How am I getting deadline? I think
Right, because the Raze
she's
is
terrible,
mid, and the Reyna goes C now.
but she's really fun when you have ulti.
I don't know. Yeah, what if we went to the tree room really fast?
Okay.
Okay, careful. Last time Silva was tucked in a corner.
Okay.
Ah, this guy
Oh.
is a freak.
Spike down A.
Hey, I've been getting head tapped by that guy.
Fuck.
You good?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't know that hit me.
You will not kill my allies.
To dot. No charges.
One enemy
Wait,
remaining.
Michael is.
Watch them.
I'm leaving, Sky. We can go B or something.
He did such a good job. What the fuck?
Shadows traveling. No charges.
Yeah.
So do you secretly play Valorant off, like, just in your own?
I'm not a loser, no.
Okay.
Dude,
Cover going out.
that was pretty sick. What's
Dude,
even
yeah, he's-
sicker when you get this kill right here?
Can this guy heal you?
My ult's ready. Heal up, squad.
Nice.
Open, yeah, Michael's a beast.
Stealing sight.
Nice. What a fucking round. You're a beast.
I want to uninstall Valorant.
You're a beast. I play that. No, he doesn't. That's just his normal skill. That's his natural gamer juice right there. He does not play Valorant at all.
Can I have the gun, Michael? Please.
Thank you.
Thank
Dude,
you.
what if we go B and just open the door to C? I feel like the Reyna will not be able to deal with
Okay, last time, Raze needed really well on B.
Okay. Ah! Fucking
No.
Stinger! Oh, we have Raze ult, or a Sage ult. Sage ult.
Sova removed.
We have res. You wanna make it up?
Barrier deployed.
Or you guys can just kill them all.
Sound sensor up. Sensor tricked. Spike planted. Ultimate ready. Hold them to their grave. Nothing there.
One enemy remaining.
No escape.
Last player standing.
I almost messed up.
Oh,
Oh,
Scarra!
so bad.
Holy
I'm
shit,
so fucking
Scarra!
bad.
I hit my friend.
Oh, I'm so fucking bad. I missed so many
Dude.
shots.
And got that for a second.
Oh,
That was really scary.
That was really scary.
hey, I got. I know how this guy thinks. He thinks he's gonna be playing there. I'm not a fucking idiot.
Wait, where does the solo play? It's like here, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna smoke it, and then we can go to the tree room.
Careful, they throw a lot of you to the beginning.
Shadows.
That's the scare.
Fuck him. Fuck him. Yeah, fuck him.
He plays tree a lot too.
You can do nothing. I'm gonna break that wall.
Wait, careful! Don't go in.
I'm not going in.
Dude.
Okay, just wait.
Barrier created.
Whoa, the stage is an animal.
Cover.
I'm gonna smoke
Corner,
stairs.
Yeah. Oh my!
Are you serious?
Oh,
86.
bro, these people are so good.
Player standing.
Oh, she could. Wait, what? I actually have no idea where I died from.
Oh.
Oh, he was right under me.
Look at that. Seek the boundary. Time to
Oh, she's throwing the whole zoo at them.
3 for 3.
Defenders
Oh,
win.
that was really
Close.
close.
Yeah, that was close. I didn't check right below me. The redstone was just waiting.
Oh, how
That
the?
was really close.
Yeah, it was.
As long as I didn't lose like 30. Well, I lost 12. That's not that bad.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Wait, how did how did that fucking whatchamacallit, Reyna have an ascendant buddy?
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait a minute. How did she get that?
It's okay, no big deal.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it, Lily. It's, you know what? It's time for Fortnite.
For some Fortnite.
Which means
Oh,
I'm gonna go.
Scarra's not playing, so thanks for playing.
Goodbye.
Valor Scarra.
Next time. I'm not.
Yeah, no
I'm
problem.
not Fortnite-y right now. Does that? I don't feel like a Fortniter right now.
No problem, bro.
All right. Goodbye. Good night.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thanks for.
Should I call? Oh, wait. Do you want to play? I'm kind of down. Wait, I'm gonna get fucking my ass beat in your lobbies though. I don't even think if you smurf it matters, cause I'm down to play 1 or 2. They can be in, I don't know what fucking one of these. I'll play 1, 2. I have a silver. Okay, hello.
Nice to meet you.
Hello, it's nice to meet you too.
Thank you for all the raids, the past like couple weeks. I really appreciate it, and it's nice to formally meet you.
Oh, it's no problem. So the way, okay, as I have to ask, is it okay? Like, what do I call you? Misu?
Yeah, Misu's fine.
Got it.
Yes. Okay, my count is.
Like
A moment.
radiant?
Let me get you the tag. Oh, shoot. Are we playing on rated or comp?
I personally don't mind. I feel like my unrated games are generally like half of them are harder than my ranked games, so I have no preference.
Okay.
You tell me. I do not care. I'm not kidding. Hello. Hi from Misa. Hello.
Okay, I'll get on my min. 1 sec.
Okay. Oh yeah, unrated has fucking demons in there. That's why I'm like, oh god.
Okay, we'll do just fine.
Yep. I'm never playing.
Did you Oh, sorry, what?
I say I'm never playing Deadlock again. This character is. I don't like her.
It's okay. It's okay. She's kind of bad, except for like on 2 maps. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think she's bad without like very specific things to set her up, and I'm like, usually like things that are like kind of self-functioning. Zero Cinch, welcome back for 59 months. Thanks for subbing. Thank you.
Riot keeps releasing characters in Valorant. They have to kind of like pair with other agents, like for it to be actually good. Unfortunately.
Okay, so how do I invite? What account are you on?
My tag is DSG space Misu hashtag SOSIE SOC.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
DSG space Misu, and then the hashtag is SOSIE SOC.
Got it.
Alrighty, I got you.
Oh, I'm not looking to win. I'm just, winning is a good plus.
Let's win. I'm down to win. Let's get this bread.
Where is Unrated? Okay, I'm clicking it. Guys, I need some water. I need some fucking water. Oh, I'm getting fucking railed today, man. It's okay. Dude, no comp. My comp games will be less hard than my actual games, man. Plus, if I
wait, so I've been watching you and like OfflineTV for like.
That's really cringe. Yeah. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
what?
I'm sorry. No. Keep going.
Huh? Oh, I was just gonna say I've been watching you guys play since Valorant came out. And I remember, it was really fun watching you play Valorant. I remember I watched one of your streams when you like were first playing Valorant. It was so funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know
I'm an entertainer.
Match found.
Yeah. No, I'm just a really I'm glad you thought it was entertaining.
Yeah, I remember there was a bunch of clips of you everywhere playing Valorant. It was really funny.
Yeah. You just pick Reyna.
Oh yeah, Reyna's super fun.
Yeah, I feel like she's the one character I played just to turn my brain off.
Right, yeah. Just like Chamber too.
Oh, I don't know about that. Chamber, I get impatient. Like I can't. Holding an angle is boring a lot of times.
That's
so,
very true.
So I just play. Ascent. We can do this. Amicia Pro, yeah. She's on Toast Game Changers team. They placed third last game, last tournament. They did a really good job. Wait, how long has the Game Changers team been together?
We've been together for about like a month.
Oh, that's not that long.
A month and a half, maybe almost 2 months now. Yeah.
Oh.
We've all kind of known each other a little bit. At least like we knew at least one person before joining the team, so it wasn't like too hard to like mesh together.
Yeah, I feel like that's sorry, that's normal. Like you'll always know people like your peers, you know?
Yeah. Especially in Game Changers. The community is pretty tight knit.
I'm out of here.
What am I? Oh, I'm playing. Neon is the most fun character, but
I agree. I actually agree with that one. I
just,
love Neon.
If you play Neon, you actually have to try like a lot because like if you're not moving, it's like it's like you can't like autopilot her unless you really played her a lot. But she's so fun.
Right, I love just like running around and bee hopping. It's like just takes so much space so fast. Oh, oh my goodness, nice shot. Oh, what?
Hello? What?
Heads up.
Wait. Nice shots. Oh my gosh. Wait, you're insane.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my. Wait, Ace.
Oh my god.
Shots. Oh my gosh, nice shots.
Oh my.
Dang.
Holy. Oh, okay. Wait, what happened to you? Oh, where's my
I got it. I got insta one tap as I peeked out anyway by the chamber and tree. I got domed.
Go, go, go.
And my chat's asking me if I'm the real Radiant hero or if it's you.
Do I?
I don't even rate it anymore. Oh yeah, yeah, buy up.
Fuck it.
These guys are staring me down. What the heck's going on over here? Oh my gosh.
I fucked up.
Spike drop.
Dude, I'll plant. One sec.
I messed up.
Oh.
Get my Vandal.
Oh, wait, where? Flank?
It's on. Oh, nice shot.
Oh my god, I'm so blind. Thank you.
Last player standing. Poor Rich.
Oh my god, I whiffed.
Oh. It's okay. It's alright. Okay.
I whiffed.
My bad. I threw away my Vandal, but it's okay, because now I have ulti, so it's not even a big deal.
True, very true. Oh wait, I can buy two. We win this round.
Yeah. Wait, what's an average schedule look like for like a team that's practicing for Game Changers or like any tournaments? Like you guys stream like a couple hours a day?
Nah, DSG practices 20 minutes a day.
Oh damn! You got
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Let's
just
go! Shit! Let's see 30 next week.
I'm just kidding. Generally, we do like 4 scrims with like sometimes a break, and we do like hour of VOD review before or after. You can't see that guy.
I think everyone in this game is just good at Eagles or something. What is?
I have no idea.
Improve my cosplay person? Hell no.
But it honestly like that schedule is pretty standard across all of the teams. Some teams actually like I've heard one of the team like top game changers teams practices like a lot. Like they practice like I want to say like 7 to 8 hours a day, like of just prac. Like they do like 6 to 7 scrims.
Oh
yeah, and like break. Of course, of course, like some breaks and like VOD reviews and stuff. But I was like, wow, like that is like wow.
That is fucking wild. Our munchkins will for 34 months. Alright, if I die here, I'm sorry.
What do you think of League Arenas?
It's fun.
You know, I didn't even know it exists until I went to your stream like last week, and I was like, wait, what is this? And then I played it.
It's super fun because they keep adding stuff. Like I didn't realize they added something recently. They added the 2 maps.
Spike down mid.
Oh. Oh.
No! Thank you. Fuck.
How old Misu was when Scarra went pro? Bro, she wasn't alive when I was pro.
Last player standing.
Literally.
Down A.
I'm pretty sure. Oh. Old.
My advice: don't get shot. Gotta go.
So what would you say is like your favorite game?
I think it just alternates. I've been really enjoying Remnant recently, but like I could tell.
I saw that game.
People are playing Final Fantasy. I'm probably gonna get really back into it. I'm trying not to because it's like a game where like I invest a lot of time. It's hard for me to be casual at MMOs.
Right.
I'm out of here.
I've the only MMO I've ever played was Lost Ark for like 30 minutes, and then I realized that tutorial was like an hour long, and then I just left the game and never played again.
Oh, that game sucks ass, but the combat's really good.
I've heard that game's horrible.
That game is my biggest, it's the most regretful game because it's like one of the best combat systems I've ever played. It could have been something amazing. Where is everyone?
To Heaven. I don't know where the other one is. Oh, that's all 3. Oh, nice. I shot. Both are Heaven.
Go, go, go.
Chamber's offing.
That sucked.
Oh.
Wait, I'm actually double her age. Yeah.
Oh,
you quit before it even
so
got
my
good?
chat told me that you like playing Harbor in Valorant.
Yeah, but I feel like
they were
what?
They were saying they call you like her Harbor.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
That's my account name on my other account. Yes.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense because I played Harbor on Bind for DSG, and then I popped off, and then everyone like came in my chat and just spammed her Harbor, her Harbor, or like saying like that I was inspired by you.
Okay, you definitely word if you want. So, dude, sometimes when I draw walls, it goes so badly that I get pinged. They're like, "What the fuck is this?" I'm like, "Well."
You know what they should do? They should add a missing ping to Valorant like they do in League.
No.
That'd be the funniest thing ever.
They added a bait ping in League, which people use.
I saw that. I was like, "What is this?"
Watch out. Enemy spotted. Gotta go.
Bro, their chamber's just the best.
Dude,
I can't shoot at him. He kills me instantly. Oh, I got res. Wait, no, I didn't. Wait.
No.
I thought that was me. I thought that was me.
Last player standing.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I got my 4 the first round. That I'm good for 4. 4.5. So you got the rest.
I'm out of here.
Also, I'm pretty sure if I just run, whatchamacallit, tree every round, it's like a dub. This character, I feel like it's so weird. You just pray.
Need a drop.
You know the twisted tree line mode from League?
Okay, yeah.
I low-key missed that.
I thought that was made before you were born.
Go, go, go.
Oh, I played League in season 9, and that's it.
Oh my god, 9? I'm pretty.
Yeah.
Oh,
Twisted Tree Line was out for like the first couple months that I played. I'm pretty sure.
I was gonna say like that was out when you played in 9.
Or it might have been 8. Okay, I either played in 8 or 9. I remember I played one season before the item rework, and I think the item rework was 10.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna feel my age today.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. My chat reminds me I'm old all the time. It's no big deal. Don't. It's okay.
Oh, chat's telling me they removed Twisted Treeline at the end of season 9.
Oh my god. All right. Well,
What
since
even-
wait, keep
League
going.
season. What league season are we even in right now? I don't play that game that much
13?
anymore. Oh, dang. Oh, to your right. I can't help you.
I can't hit. 55.
Oh my gosh, these guys are just wide-swinging me and destroying me. I'm getting embarrassed right now.
Satisfying. Who we got? Oh.
Team Ace. Oh, almost.
Wait. So you're Radiant, right?
Wind. Show me
All right, now I lost it like 2 days ago, unfortunately.
Yeah, no problem. You're X-Radiant. Okay. I just want to know what kind of expectations to put on you.
Yeah, I'm not radiant
I'm just
anymore,
saying,
so there's
like,
no expectations.
Our teammate just put up a surrender vote and 3 people surrendered.
Need a drop.
Wait, you want to FF?
No, I
can press yes, I'm the last person.
No.
Okay,
What?
I'm pressing no.
We're winning this game.
Yep, we're winning.
You want to play? Let's play.
Shocking.
I suggest you move.
My goodness.
Enemy spotted.
This was a horrible harbor roll.
Oh no. 70.
You should run.
Oh my god, what? Blake, hello? My Jet's main.
Okay. All right. It's looking okay.
Got ours.
He asked Misu what Team Ace is. What is that supposed to mean? Yeah, I can't believe you started season 9. I can't believe people start playing League.
Never.
Because like, I always think of League as like a game where like no one grows up and there's like, I'm gonna play League. Like there's gotta be other games out there. Like it's Valorant.
Well,
Valorant's the hot stuff right now.
To be fair, I had a Mac at the time when I first started playing, so I was like, what games like can I play on Mac that people like actually play and enjoy? And League was like one of the games
play, like,
apparently.
RuneScape?
What the heck is that?
Oh my god. Okay, no.
Enemy spotted me.
I mean, I've heard of it, but I never played it. I'm like, that sounds familiar.
Take this. Gotta go. Yikes.
Oh my. You're serious?
Hello?
No, like
I've never played RuneScape before. I didn't even know the game was free. I thought it cost money. Wait, I think that Reyna. Frick, I'm so blind.
Cutting their vision.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
Oh.
Okay, no, that's okay. Don't know. I'm not okay.
Decoy. Cutting through.
Just a random question. Do you know what the Justice League is?
Okay, I've never heard of that one ever.
Okay, no, that's no problem.
Together, we will bury them. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
The only games I played were Roblox, Minecraft, League, and then as soon as I got my computer, I played Apex, and then I played Valorant, and now I'm here. I haven't switched, but I've gone back to League kind of because there's just this person that's been asking me to play League a whole bunch, and then we've been trying out arenas together. It's like fun.
Yeah, I think that's fun.
Reloading.
Huh? What do you mean? That's why what?
No, I think that's fun.
Oh,
Did
sorry.
I cut off?
Yeah.
You were really quick to be like, dude, I think playing League is not as cringe as people say. It's a fun game. It's just, I usually only play the 5. Oh my god. Okay.
Spike down B.
I got the spike.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Oh my god. All right. Fucking turn it on right there.
Last round in the half.
All right, I had to lock in for a moment. I'm back now.
Yeah.
Sorry,
no,
I got
that's
raided. I had
fine.
to impress.
Yeah, it's no problem. Saw you toggle a little bit there.
I need a drop.
With the.
Need a drop, thanks.
What Colts Kids Next Door? It's not that. That's not that popular. Okay, I'm inspired. I'm
Chamber's
a Guardian.
going down.
Surely I'm not getting one tap of this person again.
Wait, what Guardian skin do you have? Oh shoot,
Go,
here.
go, go.
Take that one.
Stealing sight.
Oh, I have a lot of
I'm outta
terrible
here.
skins. You should see my op skin. I think I made the enemy team pick it up and throw it away before.
What off skin do you have?
Requested next time.
Okay.
There's two. There's two.
Oh shoot, they're just hugging the harbor orb.
Left and right.
Carrier's dead.
Spike down mid.
Oh my god, I'm so blind.
One
Jeez.
mid.
Last player standing.
Okay. My bad. I should have definitely concussed that.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Switching sides.
Gotta go.
As much as this rough work.
Oh, okay. We got 3. That's fine. That's all we needed.
Go, go, go.
My chat's trying to make me ask you about old stuff, things that
Oh,
happened before.
Shoot.
And
You know, I might know a couple. Try me. Quiz me.
All right. Teen Titans. Yes or no?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I
Okay.
watched that.
Wait.
Okay, not the
ow.
original. Go.
Oh
Not the
God.
original.
Okay.
Okay. I've seen like clips of the original and stuff, but I've never like.
Oh no, it's fine. No, that's definitely the right one to watch. Oh.
I wasn't alive, but it was.
Yeah. No,
so
I'm
pretty
not.
Sure.
I'm not blaming your.
I mean, okay, I've seen like clips and like videos of the original, but I've watched like episodes of Go.
Okay, how about?
Because that was all that would show.
Right. What about your favorite Miyazaki film?
Huh? What is that?
Nothing. No, I just threw out a name. It's not a
One
big deal.
enemy remaining.
Wait, no, can you list the films? I might have watched the films.
Like Howl's Moving Castle.
I have Howl's Moving Castle on the list. You should have said Studio Ghibli.
Yeah.
I've never heard someone say. I'm sorry. I have watched Spirited Away, and I've watched what else? I think I've only seen Spirited Away because I don't have time for like movies and shows anymore.
Yeah.
I'm so busy.
You're so busy. No, I got you. Yeah, Spirit of A is a good one. That's a great one.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
I'm sorry. Have I don't mean to insult or anything.
No,
I'm sorry.
No, wait, what are you apologizing for? No, it's cool.
I'm sorry.
No, dear, look, don't worry if... Hold up a sec. Are they here? They're all there?
I'm out of here.
Last player standing. Spike planted. Flawless.
That sucked. Okay. No, I was just curious. I'm just seeing what the difference is, because I think the most people in my chat are about like I would say probably mid-20s. Because I've cultivated my audience from like a long time. I've streamed for 12 years. I've streamed almost longer than you've been alive. So, so like, I have a rather old chat, like an older chat than most people. So like, so yeah. Like, yeah, so people in my chat are like 24, 33, 28, 24. So like, it's very like old. That's why,
I understand.
Did you ever watch Naruto?
No. I haven't watched most mainstream anime.
Oh, yeah, but what about Boruto?
Not gonna lie. Oh, I've heard of that, but I've never watched it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's no problem.
I haven't watched like that, or I haven't seen like Attack on Titan either. I haven't watched like a lot of the mainstream stuff. I've kind of just like, I like a lot of rom-com anime.
Right.
Like the most action I've watched was Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and that's actually one of my favorites. But other than that, I haven't really seen too many.
You watch like Yamada and like Wadakoi?
No.
Last player standing.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm so sorry, Tazman.
Okay. Like fruit baskets?
Match point.
I'm out of here.
I've heard of that, but no.
No, it's no problem.
You know what my first anime was?
Yeah.
So you know what Rabbit is, right? Like the video streaming thing?
Yes.
Like the thing where you have your own thing. That I'm so sad it's not around anymore, but there was this girl and she was like 18 years old. And she was like one of my friends online back in the day, and she was like, "You should get into anime." And I was like, "Okay, like let's watch something on Rabbit." And she you know what she put on?
What?
Citrus.
Isn't
And that was what?
Isn't that the?
Yeah. And that was the first ever anime I watched, and I was like 9, I think, or 10.
9.
Yeah, or 10. I don't remember.
Enemy spotted B.
But you were good friends with her, so it's no big deal.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we were chill. She mostly showed me it as a joke.
Right. Yeah, like yeah.
Cutting their vision. One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Oh, he's out. I should just only buy the Guardian.
Well, you know, it's good for you. Got a lot of things that you can experience for the first time. I'm jealous.
I'm out of here. Go.
Yeah, I would love to visit LA one day.
Go.
Literally, I think living here is kind of a pain in the ass, but the food here is good. The food here is nice.
I've heard. There's actually some like LA chains that have come to where I live. I live in Texas, and I've tried like some of the chains that were from LA.
Where in Texas? Houston?
Yeah, around that area.
Where in Houston? I'm from Texas, by the way.
I don't want to dox myself.
You can't say, right, sorry.
But
yeah, I used to live in Katy, Texas.
Anyways, maybe I live there. Maybe, perhaps. like literally, maybe, perhaps. Right now, perhaps. But I'm not from here. Like I'm not born and raised here.
I was born and raised in Texas, and I grew up there. In fact, I still have my yearbooks next to me from when I went to James E. Taylor. I don't know if that's still
I heard of that school.
They're famous for their tennis team and their chess team when I was there, but I don't know how it is now. We got rolled. Wait, I got rolled. Sorry
I used to live in the Woodlands.
Oh. Wow, I'm learning a lot. I need to go get water. I will be right back, actually.
All right.
Guys, act not weird, okay? I know that's hard for you guys, but I'm going to be gone for 2 minutes. You guys normal? We cool? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, you're
Welcome
here.
back.
Excellent.
Uh.
No, I was getting into water. I still have a little bit of bronchitis because I got sick a couple days ago, or a couple weeks ago.
Oh no.
Yeah, it just sucks. I just have to use an inhaler for like however long I have it.
I hope you feel better. Make sure maybe a lot of soup is what my mom would say, like spicy soup.
Oh, I love soup. I am addicted to Korean soups. They're so good.
Oh, my
Korean food
mom
is
is
so
full
good.
Korean and she makes the best homemade Korean food ever.
I'm so jealous. The Korean food is like why LA is like awesome. K-Town here is so
Match
fucking
found.
good. There's
I've heard.
I might actually
I have-
leave to meet someone soon. We'll
Oh shoot.
Oh, nah, never mind. Not tonight. It's just yeah, I've when I go eat out, it's like a K-Town almost all the time, and like you always meet people there because all the food's great and it's late, and everyone just goes there to hang out. It's really awesome. Oh, except for I don't leave the house, so. You know when you look at all the agents and you don't know what to play? Like I'm feeling that right now. I don't know. You know what? It's this.
Let's do this.
Okay, that's a good pick.
When you coming back to Houston for a hometown meet and greet, no one would fucking be there.
So my chat tells me you're really like well versed in like anime and stuff. Would you like recommend anything to me? Okay, funny enough, I actually started watching anime again last night because I've been having free time since we're on break, and I started Jobless season 2 again. And
I'm sorry.
I don't know how I feel about it.
What?
Jobless Reincarnation.
Oh my god.
It's
this
actually
one.
pretty good.
I have lied.
Yeah.
Kill to survive. I will kill again and again if it means one more day.
Yeah. No, that one's pretty good. You saying your chat recommended that to you? Who in your chat?
No,
Can you
no,
tell
no,
me their
no.
names?
No.
No, I'm just...
an old friend recommended Jobless to me. The same person that put on the doll anime. I forgot what it's called. Dress Up Darling. That one.
Oh, that one's not too bad.
That was pretty good.
Sorry, I'm a little. I mainly read, and I'm a little picky about what I read.
Oh.
And I've read too many shitty isekai. It's bad. I've read too many shitty isekais. So wow, they are long. Hold up.
Yeah, I have no idea how I feel about that genre. Like
It's
one of the like animes I watched when I got into anime in like 2019 was Shield Hero, and that was horrible.
bad.
That was horrible.
Yep.
Bad.
Sage lurking. Hey.
The Scarra Valley. Hey, what's up, Haley?
Last player standing.
Dude, I thought he was right here. I didn't think he wrapped me all the way.
All right, let me actually look at something that's playing right now, and let me recommend something.
Okay.
I mean, Jujutsu's not bad. If you want to watch
watch that.
something, I would just watch Yamada-kun, like the fuck. What is it called? It's a really cute
Just
anime.
gotta play around the
Might
slow
be up
field
your
and
alley.
we're fine.
Oh. I'll write that down.
Hold on, let me. What the fuck is it called? This is like the most cringe title ever. I don't even want to say it. Just it's something like Yamada level 999. Just
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It's
My chat's saying for me to watch One Piece.
don't listen to those guys. If you start watching One Piece, you will not you'll be my age by the time you finish.
I wonder if there's anyone that's actually like that's picking it up? Like how long do you think it would take someone, like unironically, to finish One Piece?
A while, like a long fucking time.
Well, what the heck?
Oh, there's one Huh? I think there's 1,000 episodes. There's 24 minutes a piece, and I think if you do one pace, it's the best way to do it. It's like a website that cuts all the filler episodes out, and you're saving like a lot of time. But it's like, no, just the thing I recommended is like kind of the. It's kind of like a rom-com.
Beacon here.
Have you seen the live action that's coming? Apparently.
Of what? Yeah.
One Piece.
It looked a lot better than I thought. The newest trailer.
I was gonna say that too. I saw the first trailer and I was like, huh. But then I saw the second trailer and I saw like the other visuals they had when they showed it, and I was like, oh, like that doesn't look like that looks kind of cool. But I don't think I'd watch it.
I'll wait for the reviews. I mean, honestly, you could just watch Arcane. I feel like that's something that like. Have you watched Arcane?
I've watched like 3 episodes.
And you. Oh. Okay.
Oh no, it's not that I dropped it. My friend just put it on and I ended up watching it. But then like my friend like watched it without me, so then I just got like sad and demotivated, and I was like, I don't feel like watching it anymore because I just was like ended up watching like cuts and jumps.
Okay. Okay. So. Okay. We canceling someone today or what? There's 2 people. Oh god, hold up. Oh, this guy has a. And I'm dead.
QMC.
I will get kills with this Guardian.
I have.
Last player standing.
Oh my gosh. Dude, I couldn't see anyone that round. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
I think I was gonna say Arcane's probably one of the best animations, and like, it's like very recent and very like close to your interests, so that would be good. Like,
Wait,
it is very well done. Like some of the.
Would
best...
you like my Vandal skin?
What do you have? Is that mine?
Need a drop.
Oh my! It's the best
it's mine.
one. The bubble. I am only looking in the store for the bubble shorty, because I
like the
really
skin.
love that skin.
I think a lot of my clips I actually hit were on this skin.
Yeah, no, that's it's a very hit or miss skin. A lot of people I know don't like.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Like every time I use this, like once in a blue moon, it's very good and very nice. Where are they going? They might be outside B. Oh,
looks
they're
A. These the guys won't fit. Oh, they're outside B.
They're everywhere.
Down you go right here.
What would you say is your opinion on
105 on Omen.
Tokyo Ghoul?
Concept is insane. Started amazingly. It's ended really badly.
Okay, because
Yeah.
I've been like literally the past 4 years I've been off and on watching it, and I'm in like on like the 5th episode of season 3. I picked it up again like a month ago, and then I dropped it again.
It's. I think the anime is even worse.
Spike
so
planted.
I would just.
Last player
You
standing.
know, it's okay to start and stop things.
Right.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. I just realized we have a total of. Wait. Oh, you're good.
Reload's ready. What would you all do without me?
No way.
Hey, he's not fighting me. What the heck?
Oh, wait, trade me.
Oh,
Let me show you my op skin.
I don't even want to pick that up. I'm not gonna lie.
Just try scoping through it.
Wait, here. Would you like the Vandal?
Yeah. Try scoping through that.
Oh, are you excited for the solo leveling anime? I saw it's coming. I'm very excited.
Oh my! Oh, you know, I'm excited to see what it looks like, but I'm not. Wow, this guy one tapped me. I have strong opinions on that anime or on that manga.
Hey, I know nothing about it. I was thinking about reading it, but I have no
I
time
think
to read anything.
If you love art, it is like hard carried by the art. Like I think it's an above average story, and the art is like incredible.
Do you have a My Anime list I can actually look at? A public one? Oh.
I would literally spend like 8 hours plus making one. I have never made one before. It would be like way too long. Oh god.
Oh my gosh.
The problem with solo leveling is I don't think it can keep that level of elevated from its peers in animation that it does in manga. That's the biggest problem. That's why I don't think it'll be that well.
Down B. Last player standing.
No.
So I've seen OTV vlogs because I've been a long time like watcher of like the group, like
since what age? I'm curious.
Oh, like 4 years ago. So since I was like 12.
Oh my god. Oh yeah.
I watched before Michael was added.
Oh,
like
wow.
a year before Michael was added.
Because we got a lot of fans when Michael was added.
No, I didn't even know who Michael was. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
That wasn't my like side of YouTube. But when you guys added Michael, I looked at like his page and I was like, oh, like his videos are funny.
Yeah, he's hilarious. He's literally the best.
I know exactly where you are.
Oh, don't look at me. Oh, look at me again.
You will not kill my allies.
They really rest for this.
Spike planted.
Someone in my chat says ask Scarra if Eliseed is good.
Oh, it's my feel good one. It's just cute. It's like a cute thing that I like to read, but it's not. I don't know. It feels more like it's like a cute one. It's like it's about cats. There's like cats in there. Like one of the big things is the art is really good, and the artist draws like a fat cat really well, and he's kind of cute.
Oh, yeah.
For Sigrid, yeah, it sucks. Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
I see. I don't know. I don't know how many animes I've watched. I'd like to say maybe like 15 to 20. I haven't watched that many. And then in terms of reading, I was gonna read Kaguya-sama because I watched it, but I got the last couple of chapters like from when I was gonna start it spoiled by the title, and then I just like got like I didn't feel like reading it because you know how sometimes the titles like spoil it. I was just like, oh, I was like, I don't want to read it anymore.
Oh, we have no one garage.
I am here. I got it. Nobody here. I think they're gonna go back. See long. Maybe one's outside B. Oh.
I can't.
Oh my!
Hit her head?
I'm pissed.
Enemy down.
Read the other.
What are your thoughts on
You mean Girls
like
Wild or whatever?
Kaguya-sama? Actually,
I don't.
What did
like
you
it.
think? You don't like it?
I don't. Well, I don't like reading it. I think humor is really hard in anime or manga because like the translation, all that. The only anime I've ever actually laughed at, comedy-wise, is Hinamatsuri. I thought that was hilarious, but I don't know if you've ever seen it.
I've never seen it.
It is actually like
That's
it made
one
me laugh like out loud. Like I could not believe it.
Not gonna lie, okay, I don't think I could have watched Kaguya-sama if the anime was released all at once and I had to watch it like watch the whole thing like planning it myself. But I think the fact that I started it when it was releasing like one at a time was easier to digest. But I think the progression of the story, like, it was really slow, and I don't really like that. Like, yeah, sure, it can be slow, but Kaguya-sama
I like
really.
I like Oshinoko from that author more than I like Kaguya-sama.
Yes, that's yes.
It's definitely a lot better for me.
My profile picture on Twitch is actually I.
Really?
Yeah, I Hoshino, yeah.
Oh my god. You're
Wait.
fucking weird.
Akane or
I turned my hello?
Spike down B.
Revive me.
Oh yes. Oh my gosh, I forgot. I'm so sorry. I was so locked in.
One enemy
Wait,
remaining.
Akane, Ruby, or the other girl? I forgot. Kana. Which one?
Anyone that's not. Okay, I'm not caught up yet. But so,
okay.
So I want to say not Ruby, and I'm okay with any of the other answers.
To be honest, I can't pick between like Akane and Kana either because they're just not even comparable to Ai.
You're a fucking weeb, man. Austin,
Wait, what?
Austin should give you the title, man. I played with Austin. I was like, this guy's a fucking weeb for sure.
Wait, what?
No,
I haven't seen much anime at all. I bet you Asta has actually watched has like 10 times my anime watch time.
Yeah, because I've lived twice as long.
117 on
as you.
Cypher, 64
That's
on
just a default.
So you're saying he's 32?
Wait, oh, I thought you meant me. No, never mind. No, he's not that old.
Yeah, I think he's like 20.
He's literally, yeah. I mean, for all excessive purposes, you're both kind of like 12. It's like there's no difference in my head.
Right.
Did I go back to 8?
I don't see them.
I'm just running, man.
I have no idea. Oh, they're playing B.
B?
Yeah.
Spike planted. One enemy
Shoot.
remaining.
Last one garage.
Blocking sight.
There.
Oh, I'll get on the bum. Man, I want to shoot him.
Last player standing.
Oh.
Oh, wow. That's not close enough to get 150?
Dude, he saw my head by like a sliver. I didn't even think that angle could see my head, but that look, it's like a pixel that he saw of
wow.
me.
He shot you from there.
Yeah.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
Wow, I'm 1-8. That's okay. That's a moral support. I am not the type of guy to get down about deaths. In fact, I pride myself on how many deaths I can get around.
Uh-huh. I see.
Yeah, someone's got to be at the bottom. Yeah, it's fine. I'm okay.
That's very true.
I'm okay being the backpack. It's nice in there. It's AC'd. It's no, there's snacks. It's no big deal.
Right.
One suppressed.
Oh my gosh, there's so many grass. There's like 2.
Okay, I'm gonna blind this.
Flashbang.
Huh?
I'm bad.
One enemy remaining.
I'm good.
I'm the last thing they'll see
So,
before they die.
I've seen that OTV has gone to Japan and Korea like a couple of times.
Yeah.
Like your vlogs are the vlogs are always so fun. Like I love watching it. What would you say is your favorite?
Have you ever been to Japan?
No.
Okay.
I've never
Japan
been out of the
is-
US.
Okay, okay. Japan is one of my favorite, but it has one major downside. It's that when you go to Japan, you can't shut the fuck up about it for the next couple, like the next month. I'm not even kidding. It's actually really bad. Oh.
So you would say you prefer Japan?
It's awesome, yes. Korea, I feel like I'm a little too old for Korea. I think you go to Korea if you want to shop a lot, or if you want the nightlife is really good. Like people go out to clubs and make karaoke to like.
Oh my
9
gosh.
a.m.
That reminds me, bro. Sometimes, whenever we go to parties, my mom brings her karaoke speaker and then the mic, and we just like, oh my god, they sing karaoke for like hours.
I heard that's what whatchamacallit, Filipinos do. Or I don't know if those, yeah, they karaoke is like a national sport.
Oh what? That's
Yeah,
insane.
like
I love singing.
Everyone karaoke's. Oh yeah, but in
love
Japan,
singing.
everyone karaoke's too. That is like a huge thing.
I've heard people have told me it's like an Asian thing that like every like household like just loves karaoke.
One enemy remaining. 30
I
seconds
hit him in
left.
a 40. It
Nah,
dropped down from window, I
like
think.
it's like a specific Asians. I think it's
Oh.
very like their culture.
Right.
Spike planted.
What? It's B?
Last player standing.
Shutting them down. Flash.
Where was that going?
Oh, nice.
Oh, that was
Dang.
complete luck, but we'll take those.
Oh, that was fire.
Every Filipino get
But,
together and include karaoke. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Last
I
round before the switch.
take a guess of where I'm from.
Korea, South.
No, I've never been outside of the U.S. I'll give you that.
Oh, what state?
Yeah, like what state I'm from. Like born and raised.
In the Idaho?
No.
New Mexico.
No. Do I just tell you?
Seattle? No, hold on. I can guess.
I don't
all
think you're
50
gonna guess
states.
it. My chat might, or your chat
Hawaii?
might. No. Oh yeah, from Hawaii.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I was born and raised there for 7 years.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I've never been to Hawaii,
I,
but it's one of the places I've
Wait,
wanted to
what?
go. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Wait, Hawaii's awesome. Every time I see Michael in a video and he talks about Hawaii, I just like gush. Like I'm like, oh my gosh! Like I miss home. Like sometimes, like Hawaii's horrible to live, like economy wise.
Oh,
but,
I've heard. When he goes back,
but-
all of his family takes pictures with him and Lily, individual pictures
Aw.
and group pictures. It's like a whole, like an hours of pictures.
Suppressing.
That's so funny. But yeah, I have a pretty big family in Hawaii.
Oh.
I know exactly where you
Yeah, I haven't even met like most of my family. I've only met like like 3 to 4 extended families, and then everyone else I haven't met.
Oh.
I think they're on A.
30 seconds left.
That's very. Are they?
But yeah. Oh yeah.
Spike
They
planted.
Hawaii.
Yeah, I'm from the island Oahu or like Honolulu.
Oh, and you like hate other
Yeah.
other people from other islands, right? That's how it works.
Oh no, I've been to Hilo before.
Wait, I thought that's not how it works.
I've never been.
Last player standing.
I've never heard that, but
Oh shit! I think I blinded
definitely-
everyone. Oh, I blinded 3 allies. Oh fuck.
Switching
Oh, you know. Wait, I only know how to pop flash and walk my ass into it, but I don't know if it's like it's like not good sometimes.
all good. KO's kind of hard. Not gonna lie.
There's
I've
only
blind all
that-
my teammates.
There's only that judgment guy on YouTube that I see.
Oh yeah.
Who's good at it, and then I am just impressed.
Same. I see his videos sometimes on my TikTok feed, or I used to at least.
Oh god. You know, I literally didn't start using TikTok till this year, like a lot. And then I got addicted to it. I was watching 4 hours every night, and I had to stop. I
had it
toned
when it was
down.
Musically. My mom showed me Musically.
Musically
And she was like, you should
cringe.
download this app.
Oh.
I thought Musically was fun. It was more
Right,
like
fun. Oh.
like it was like a kind of
Yeah,
like,
right.
innocent compared to TikTok, you could say.
Oh.
And like it was like childish.
Oh.
At least how I remembered it. Maybe I didn't delve
did
too
not,
deep
I did not
into it.
use it. I didn't delve that deep, so I'm not gonna say anything. Rich Kimichi, thanks for the sub. Love the stream. Sorry I missed you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember much about Musically. All I remember is that I made like cringe little like videos. I used a.
So you have old cringe videos up online.
I don't know the account password, so I probably could never get them again. And I don't remember the username I made it either.
That's just ammunition for your chat, like 5 years down. Don't
Oh.
worry.
Watch and learn.
I'm pretty sure the account's private.
Don't worry, they'll find it.
Oh. Huh.
Oh, there's two in garage. What the?
Maybe I should shut my mouth then about other apps I've used because I'm not gonna say anything anymore.
Sorry for if I get you doxxed, I apologize. It's definitely
Oh
happened
no, it's okay.
to me so many times. I'm kind of desensitized to it.
Happened to me before.
Oh god, that's
It's
not
okay.
good.
Oh my goodness.
We have had so many bad experiences. It's like crazy.
I've actually heard.
No, we have never.
I remember
said,
about OTV stuff.
Oh, it's cringe. Oh, I'm bad. Oh, I don't want to talk about that. That fucking did not happen.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
No, but I don't think we've ever said some of this stuff on pod anywhere. We've had like
30
really
seconds
bad
left.
stuff. Like
no.
we've had like couple stalkers that were like really bad. We've had like I don't
What do you
know,
even like?
swatting.
What do you
We've had a
even
couple
do?
times.
Like, oh my gosh.
Okay, we know
Oh my
the
gosh.
drill.
You just
Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
remove yourself from a lot of the places in the internet. Like where people can search you up. It's yeah, I'm kind of like my ex-teammate. I'm a cutie pie. Got his whole like social like docs with because him and like Cobelter are from 4chan and like they fucking just omega doxed him and I'm like, what is wrong with you guys?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so like
that's
their
so
socials
messed
were
up.
being like DM'd to people and I'm like, this is the weirdest shit ever.
Launching smoke.
Reloading.
I kind of forgot about how the internet does that sometimes. I hope I don't have to go through that.
Yeah.
I probably will at some point,
No,
but
no, please
let's
no.
make it not tomorrow.
Oh.
Or today.
Wait. Oh.
Last player standing.
Oh wait, did I
One
shoot on your
enemy
screen?
remaining.
I don't know what happened.
I don't think I shot. I think that might have been ping because I think it was on his head. I don't know. Maybe I'm
No.
coping.
I thought you saw the Sentinel, the Cypher before, but I think I glitched out. I don't know what happened. I am full autopiloting these games, by the way. It's just I run in, I try to backwards flash, I flash my teammate, and I'm dead. So
It's okay. We're just here to vibe.
I'm trying to okay, well maybe it's like a bulldog hour.
Oh, what's your favorite ramen? Instant ramen. If you like instant ramen.
My favorite ramen. I'm really basic. I do Shin Ramen Black, but it's not my favorite. It's just the one I eat the most.
Okay, I have two favorite ones that I can't pick from, and they're pretty like they're not known. So one of them is called Mama Ramen, the Thai ramen. I really like it in the pork flavor. It tastes really good, but like when you eat it, it tastes unhealthy, but it tastes so good.
Okay.
It's really good. And then the other one, okay, I keep forgetting the name of it. Oh my gosh. Wait, I'll go look in my pantry right now. I'll be right back.
What? Is it mi goran or whatever? That's what my friend Jamie eats.
Last player standing.
These flashes are not. Oh, Indomie is good. Guys, I just want to let you guys know because you guys are my favorite
Hello, I am back.
viewers. Okay, what is it?
It's called Sapporo Ichiban chicken flavor, and it's really good. It comes in a green bag. It's really good. That's like my favorite.
I haven't had ramen in a long time. Like in terms of like instant ramen, it's just not something that I like is around my house, which is weird. Usually I've had it in my other places, but not recently.
Yeah, but when I eat ramen, I make it weird. I make it like, you could say it's kind of like Hawaiian style. Like I make it like Simon, if you know what that means. It's like yes, it is. It's what it's another word for ramen, but like kind of like
I should have asked. Can I
like the Hawaiian word? Huh? Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah,
I curse all the
wasn't
time.
sure. Yeah, no, like I don't know if it's like parental filter had to be on. Just just double check.
Oh no, it's okay.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Our youth is already ruined.
What the
There's
heck?
no way.
Wait, hold on, watch this.
Okay.
No charges left.
Oh my dash right out!
Oh, okay.
I thought I had the timing.
No.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
We got this.
We're gonna ask us. Oh, I was gonna tell you. I already know my.
Wait, someone in my
next
chat
vlog.
said that Robin brand. I said the second one's actually a staple brand in Hawaii. I didn't even know that.
Wow, you're living in Hawaii. I'm so jealous that our 7-Elevens are not like Hawaii or.
Oh my
Japan.
gosh, yes. Yes.
So
Oh my
sad.
gosh.
I would just eat there the whole time, man. The Japan has like Family Mart fried chicken called Fami Chiki. Literally the best thing ever. Like I don't know how they make it.
Have you ever had a? Oh wait, sorry, what?
It's literally one of the best fried chickens I've had in my life. Hold on, I'm gonna flashback site.
I've
Hopefully
never
this isn't
had
front.
that. Oh my goodness. Oh shoot, I'm pretty sure he was blind.
Yeah, I'm a beast. Is this hitting at me?
Plant the spike.
Oh, I'm the spike
Have you ever
holder.
had mochiko chicken?
What the
One
fuck?
enemy remaining.
Who is
Spike down A?
No.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet.
Mochiko chicken's so good. My mom makes it. It's like I don't really know how it's made or how to describe it, but it's kind of just like, I think it's like, well, I'm gonna guess by the name mochi, kind of like powder, I think, kind of, and it's like a chicken, and it's really good. It's like my mom makes it, and it's so good. Hawaiian food's actually like really good. I love it so much because it's like it's kind of like an Asian fusion in a way, like a lot of it. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's made with mochi rice flour. My chat says.
One suppressed. Flash.
Reloading.
Guys, ulti and it's run on. Oh, you're dead.
Down.
Spike down A.
My apologies.
Spike retrieved. Flash.
Last player.
Am I fucking?
Spike down A.
Don't worry about it. There's some. Oh god, I hope you were watching that.
I tapped out.
Yeah, good.
If I power down, restart me. You leave me for scrap, I'll kill you.
Have you had mochi donuts?
Wait, sorry, what did you say?
Have you had mochi donuts?
Yes, I have. I actually had it the other day.
Oh my god. How cultured.
Like, how good was the
No,
donut?
like you're
Oh.
never mind. Don't worry
Oh
about it.
yeah,
No.
my mom's full Korean, so she kind of, and she's from Hawaii, and Hawaii has a lot of like diverse Asian stuff. So my mom knows everything, and my mom's like, I don't know, my mom's just like a Renaissance woman in a way, you know, like she knows everything. Like I love my mom, she's so awesome.
Moms are the best.
Oh shoot, I didn't even have my dash proc.
Nightmares, enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Shoot.
You know, talking with you, I've never felt as old as I do.
Remember to talk
as
to
I
each other
am.
out there.
I don't feel old.
Oh.
But there's some situations where I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess I am.
Oh. I'm sorry.
No, it's nothing you have to apologize for. It's just, interesting.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. How old is your mom? Is that a weird question to ask?
No,
Or like
she's
ballpark
like
it. Don't
around,
give me the exact age.
Yeah. She's around like late 40s, early 50s, around there.
Oh, okay. Oh my.
The heck?
I quit.
My mom was she lived in Hawaii almost her whole life. Like we moved out to Texas about like I want to say almost 10 years ago now.
Oh.
And then that's the only time my mom has lived anywhere.
Do you
But
know why my mom moved to Katy and lives in Texas? Because no shit.
Why?
Sorry, you're clutching. I should shut the fuck up.
No, it's okay, it's okay,
But
it's okay.
it's because she read somewhere that was a top 20 place to raise your kids in the United States. So she saw the article and she's like, I have to raise my kids there, and we moved there. My mom is like the most easily influenced by random newspaper articles I've ever seen. So that's why we moved to the middle of nowhere, and when we moved there, Katie had nothing to do. Literally nothing.
Oh, Katie has so much now. So much.
Really? All you could do was go to the mall or play video games. And that's why I only played video games. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, the Scarra lore. But no, Katie has so much now. Like, Katie has okay, I've moved from Katie before, and there was like when I left, they were building a bunch of stuff. Like there was a Walmart being built and like a bunch of other like chain stores. But now I visited one time.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh, I can't focus. It's so hard. And oh my gosh, I can't focus.
I know exactly where you are.
There's like a whole Asian town now, and there's like H Mart, and there's a bunch of cute stuff. And you know Somi, that LA ice cream store, they have it here. There's just like a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of pho, and like there's a whole bunch. Yes, if you ever visit.
I had to go to Chinatown in like Sugarland or somewhere. Like I literally had to. My mom would drive like 40 minutes to an hour to go to like a Chinatown so that we could eat Chinese food all the time. So if there's already Asian food nearby, that is shocking.
There's a bunch of stuff here. Like in the past like 6 years that I've visited to and from here, there's been so much.
Wow.
It's a really nice place to live now. That's the reason why
well,
my mom has like come back and forth.
I got there a little too soon.
Yeah, it's beautiful now. So much to do. Like, you know that I forgot that one famous golfer, but he has a mini golf place here now, and like it's busy every single day I like go by there. I forgot the player, but it's a really nice mini golf place that's like right next to all the Asian stuff and all that stuff. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
Tiger Woods?
Oh yeah, Tiger Woods. It is. Yes.
Okay.
Last player standing.
Question: Do you know who Tony Hawk is?
Yes, the skateboarder.
Okay, no, I was just curious.
The hunt begins.
Defenders win.
I need to slow down. I'm like jumping through smokes and getting one tapped. Wait, do you have a favorite pro player like that's currently active?
Like for Valorant or like any game?
Anything. I guess, yeah. I'm curious.
Oh, okay. I need to sit and think about that one. For Valorant, it'll be Fnatic Leo as of right now.
Yeah, he's a freak. Okay.
Or someone like Demon One, I think on EGA, because he's just a very inspirational duelist. And then for other games, I don't want to say Faker for League. I feel like that's so
classic answer.
So basic. But like, I guess Faker, because Faker at the time when I played League was like, I was like, wow, like I want to be that guy.
Same. And even now, 10 years later, same.
But I think my all-time favorite pro across all games is have you ever heard of the guy LFT Oxy?
Who?
He's a Valorant player, XG2, and he's one of my friends, and I think he's the best pro. my favorite.
Okay. Sorry, I'm literally Googling him right now. What does he want?
Match
nothing.
found.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, he's a friend, and I think he's like really good at Valorant. I wish I was as good as
Right,
him.
no, yeah, no. That's no, yeah, of course. Really good. He's surely rank 1 right now though, right?
He was ranked 2 end of last act.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's close to 1.
Maybe if I did queue with him, he'd be rank 1. Not gonna lie.
Oh. I mean, like, look, my chat's used to losers. It's not a big deal. It's like, that's
Oh
cool.
my gosh.
That's cool. Like, I feel like there's a pause, so like, I'm just trying to say, like, it's okay.
Did they say something about like not knowing who this guy was or something?
No, I just felt there was something there, so I had to add something.
Oh, I see. But
Is the
yeah.
LFT in his name like looking for team?
Yes.
Or is that like an actual team?
It stands for LFT.
Oh.
It was a meme, but now it's just part of his branding because it's just stuck.
Oh, so he's not signed either.
Remember everyone?
Yeah.
We survived. Woodworking class
You know.
mess hall.
No. I'm just trying to clarify. No, that's cool. No, that's awesome.
Not right
That's not a
now.
big deal.
I believe he'll be signed again.
Yeah, me too.
He's a really good player, I think.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's off season for
that's what I
Valorant,
mean.
so they all drop their teams pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was telling Toast the other day.
Yeah. I also for League, I didn't really get into too much like pro like League. I didn't really watch too much of that, but I thought I thought General Sniper. He's pro, right?
General Viper or General Sniper? Yeah, yes. It's Viper's bro. He is.
Oh.
He's very young, but yeah.
I thought he was pretty cool. Like my friend brought him up before.
Oh yeah, he's like a.
Taken out.
He's like an God. Viper and his two brothers are all like challenger Riven players.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. They all are like
enemy
rank
remaining.
1 level Riven players. Rank 1 is the rank above rank 2, if you didn't know. I'm just had to clarify. Like, if you didn't understand.
This.
I felt a little bit awkward there, so.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
I'm horrible in
that's
League.
cool. No, that's cool that you got a lot of friends. That's awesome.
Oh, I don't have. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I have some friends. Some, very little. One might say a couple.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, no. I played a flex with my friends recently for the first time. I don't think I've ever done flex placements, like ever. And I got Iron 1. And like when I played League in Season 9, I got Plat 4 in solo duo queue.
Oh.
So I don't know how that correlates, but maybe I'm just maybe I'm Iron now.
I mean, that's a lot of room to improve.
My Plat days are over.
Yeah, like I've never been plat in Valorant. But like, I like to think I have the plat mentality.
I don't know how you're not. Not gonna lie, after that first round on Ascent when we played, I was like, dang.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good for 4. I didn't even. Did I hit 4 kills the next game?
Never mind.
That's all I got in me.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, and actually, do you know that it's actually if you sell your account, don't do this by the way. But if you sell your account, it's like really more expensive if it's lower ranked than if it's higher ranked because it's harder to be iron.
Huh?
Yeah. Like,
Interesting.
Yeah, so like if you're like at the very bottom of iron, your account's worth a lot. So like yeah,
That's
you have value. I don't know if yeah.
Get out of my way.
You know, I never knew that. But I know like immortal accounts for Valorant are like cheap. Like someone has told me that before. Like apparently they're just like super cheap.
I'm telling you, iron accounts worth a lot.
Like I've heard immortal accounts are like $40.
Yeah. Yeah, it's harder to be down low, which is good because I'm silver on this account.
Coming through. Go, go, go.
I don't know how much silver accounts sell for.
Nothing, man. I can get them in 5 minutes. They're right here.
I gotta sell my league account now.
He went door?
Make some money off that.
No, you're not going to, because we're both. I work with Riot Games all the time, and I would never do something against their terms of service.
Oh yeah, I would never do that.
One enemy remaining.
How many? Yeah, I mean that counts value.
Last player
you know?
standing.
You wouldn't want to sell it anyways. That's a.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like that account is worth a lot. You should sell an account that's not worth that much. Maybe like the Radiant Rank 2 account.
Oh.
That one's probably worth less.
Probably.
Now it's our turn.
Help a girl out, would you?
Wait, do you own the Arcane Sheriff on your account?
No, I do not. My mom doesn't really let me buy skins.
You know, that's a good parent right there. But I have people.
I had
who
to
are
beg
too
my
addicted
mom.
to skins. Wait, do you have skins?
I do. Yeah. I had to beg my mom for them. I had to be like, please, mom, it's limited edition. It's like one of the best ones out there. I really want it, but mom, it's $60. And she's like, what?
Oh.
I was like, please, mom, please. I would really like to get it. She's like, okay, fine.
Okay, which one did you get though? Like you're literally
the China server release bin.
Oh wow! You know, it is the only pastel. One of the only pastel skins.
One enemy remaining.
I know riders, okay, and every time I talk to someone who works on a Valor Riot team, I just think to myself, where is your like pink Star Guardian skin line?
What I'm saying,
I
I
don't
need
understand.
that.
They just don't like money. I don't get it. Like I literally, every single person on the Valor team is like, that's what I'm saying. They're like all in agreement. Everyone agrees. The skins are still not being made. What is going on?
Imagine a Star Guardian. Okay, imagine another League Valorant crossover, but it's a Star Guardian.
Yeah, like they don't even
thing.
need an excuse. Just put it out, make $1 billion, and fucking fund your MMO. Like what is wrong with people?
Oh, do you remember the League e-dating thing with the Spirit Blossom skin release? I did all of that. I bought the battle pass and everything. I wanted the icons. I have the icons on my League account. I remember it.
I know what you're talking about. I'm surprised you did that.
Of course I did. The
Yeah, I
skins
thought
are...
you were gonna say something else. Okay. Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
Go off. Hop off.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that's a clone. Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh.
Go, go, go. Nice try,
Do you know what ePal GG is?
Yes, I've heard of that.
before it was called that, it used to be called egirl.gg, and then they got some defamation thing and they had to change it. Yeah, I thought that's what you were talking about, because there was a period of time where that was really popular. As in, like, I had some... I had a friend purchase someone for me, and it was... I have some lines from that one that are quite interesting.
I see.
Yeah. Just curious, what's your opinion on the American prison system?
I don't get political. I don't know anything about politics, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really partake in that kind of stuff because I have no opinion on it and I don't plan to get involved in any of it.
Wow.
That's what
good answer.
My CEO would want me to say. No, I'm just kidding. I know nothing about politics, not gonna lie. I probably should educate myself since I'm gonna be able to vote soon.
You don't need to be able to. You don't need to be able to talk about and argue for a for-profit federal government prison system. That's not a big deal. That might have been a question I asked someone though, like a couple years ago. Wow.
I do think there's a lot of things wrong with the world, and you know, if people were a little nicer to each other, I think this world would be a much better place.
Wait. Hold back. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Did you say you got media training? Did Toast media train you guys?
Nope.
Oh, I was like, shit, he did? No way.
No, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a really philosophical person in a way. Like, a lot of people on stream ask me so much advice, and they're like, wow. They just say wow every time. They're like, are you sure you're 16? Like, people on my stream sometimes question my age. They don't think I'm 16.
So they'll say lines like, you're really old for your age?
Yeah, like sometimes.
That's what your chat tells you.
Sometimes.
Not impressed.
Okay.
Hey, I like this game.
But yeah, people usually only say that when it comes to like my advice and like things I say. Usually everything else, people, I'm like pretty I'm pretty like my age.
Mm-hmm. So they'll say lines
when it comes to like,
wow, you're so philosophical for your age.
they don't say philosophical, but they're like, oh wow, like you give really good advice, and like I give a lot of
That's good to be able to give good advice.
Yeah.
I think
like in terms of like point of views and like views on like the world's non-political ways, of course.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Spike down.
Okay.
Attacker
Oh my goodness.
Wait, you got this. Why is he still alive?
Oh my god, I whiffed.
Okay.
I'm hungry. That's my excuse.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
Same. Wait, hold on a sec. I need to double check something. Huh.
Today has actually been my longest stream. Wow.
How long what is your stream?
It's been 7 hours and 42 minutes. My last longest stream was 7 hours. Are you focusing or did you go quiet because you don't know what to say?
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
I'm clutching, okay?
I'm
clutching.
sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my god.
I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Yeah, no, I'm trying to kill people. There are literally 2 people dashed into me, and you're like, yo, are you okay?
I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so zoned out of the game right now because I was just like focused on like our conversation.
Same. I'm trying to die, but then these guys just, you know, jump into my bullets.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Let's start this party.
Wait. Stop.
I'm really
apologizing.
sorry.
It's not your fault. They're gonna do it again. No way. I missed. All right. Way.
I'm out of here. Here. Enemies this.
Last player standing.
But ooh.
Gun here.
Spike down B.
This enemy, what you call me? I was trying to style.
Let's win and get out of here. Need a drop.
Started telling stories back in my day. Yeah, back in my day. Wait, I'm old, man. I'm old.
Grenade.
What's your favorite type of food?
They are here. Oh.
Oh shoot, I'm
Asian,
coming.
but I think it depends. I have like things I really like.
Right.
At certain times. Like, right, I'm loving Korean soups right now. But like there was
like
periods of
what's
time-
your favorite?
Everything. I like everything from like sundubu to like army stew to like I was gonna
Last
try.
player
There's a
standing.
thing I'm going to try that does dakdori tong. I don't know how to pronounce it, which apparently is really good.
Killed.
I've been meaning to try it.
Take this.
Do you like sorry, my Korean's very bad. I don't know Korean,
When
but
when I speak Korean, it sounds racist, so it's okay.
This way.
but do you like 육개장?
Oh, hold on a sec.
It's spelled Y-U-K J. Oh no, yeah, G-A-E and then jang, J-A-N-G. 육개장.
I haven't had a good one.
I've only had my mom's, so it's the
Like
best.
I've been really into noodles recently. Cold noodles, like Korean cold noodles. The
Naengmyeon?
I can't pronounce it. See, it sounds really bad.
yeah, bibimbap.
There's a place in LA that serves it. Very famous, and they have like a self-service section. And imagine you're not getting water. It's not self-service water. It's a giant like container of pure broth. Like
Oh
it's
my.
so good. Like so
sounds so
good.
good.
It's just it's delicious.
Get out of my way.
But I've been obsessed with cold noodles. Like
It's very good. I
so
love it
good.
too.
Alright, stand back.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Last player
Alright, never
standing.
mind. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Yu-Chung's really good.
Switching sides.
Help a girl out, would ya?
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes? Nowhere in sight.
I'm not gonna lie, this feels kind of surreal right now. If you
Why?
told
'Cause
me,
we're winning.
oh, no, I was
That's
just gonna say
fucked up, but okay.
if you, no, I was just gonna say if you told 12-year-old me that I would be
Okay, I don't
sitting
like how
here
you started the
talking.
sentence.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. No, yeah,
you were
keep going.
If you were to tell me like years, like many years ago, that I'd be here today, like talking to you, and like I would probably be like, nah, stop lying.
Yeah.
Cause like I really admire what like OTV is like accomplishing and like able to accomplish, like with all the time and everything. Like I know I haven't watched since the very beginning, but I feel like I've watched enough to be able to know like
You didn't
like
see
I've
any.
seen like what you guys done, and I'm just like, wow, like
Yeah.
the fact that you guys were able to reach out to such a huge audience and stuff like that is just like insane to me as well.
I need to leave this call then really fast.
Wait, what?
You know when
Huh?
they say never meet your heroes? You're gonna get that moment. Really quickly. I'm surprised it hasn't happened already yet. And
Oh, no,
need
it's
to make
already
sure-
happened.
Oh.
Not here, not here,
Oh.
like not you, but
Oh. Oh, okay.
I'm over
Also, when you said many, when you meant 4, like many years. Ooh, that was.
I'm sorry. I
No,
feel like
no,
I'm
it's-
offending you.
No,
I'm
no,
really
no,
sorry.
no. I don't get offended. It's trust me. It's not offended. It's surprise. Like, haha, surprise. Like hold on, hold on. I have something for this. Hold up.
I feel like I need more PR training. Oh, the soundboard. I don't even know if that was so quiet for me.
Oh, you want something loud? Hold up a sec.
Sure.
Spike down B.
Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways.
Wait, let me see what soundboards I have here. Wait, there's soundboards of me. Wait, what? Wait, I didn't even know my server put
One enemy
this.
remaining.
Wait, should I play one of me?
Last player standing.
Yeah,
would you
what
mind?
are they? No, what are they?
Okay.
Spike planted.
Interesting.
Pudgy the dog.
Was that a human sound or a dog sound?
It was a dog sound, like, you know, Pudgy the dog? That was my Pudgy impression.
Oh, I see. Okay. Hit me with
Wait, what is
another
this one?
Clutch.
Oh.
Mm.
Wait, what is this one? The fuck?
Okay.
Oh. Dude, my server uploaded these. I don't know. Okay, wait, let's see
The
this.
first one was you punching a
Where's
dog.
your confidence,
and the
bro?
second one was... Okay, I see. Yo, your server's cool.
Wait, let me turn this up. I couldn't
No.
hear this one. I'm gonna play it again. I'm sorry. Where's your confidence, bro?
Oh my
Fuck.
god.
Oh my god.
Shit, I'm 6 and 9. I got it.
Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on. I think there's a... My chat's telling me to play a specific one. Hold on. Let me play this one. This will be the last one.
What?
That was so quiet for me. I don't even know if anyone heard it.
Oh. Okay. Okay,
I'm
like
sorry.
the soundboards.
I didn't even know that existed of me.
Why are they here? There's 2B?
Drop. Out of charges. Spike planted.
Wait, so you don't use soundboards for stuff like this?
Oh.
I
No.
Remaining.
I have yet to use it on anyone for that purpose.
Watch out.
Last player standing.
Fire in the hole.
That's what I have.
Clutch.
Ba, 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 ba.
Oh no.
What was
Someone
that?
in my
What
chat
was
said
that?
thanks for the idea. I'm gonna add more troll soundboards.
Hopefully that's enough.
One more month before the perfect subversive. True. What I mean, you thank you. The game was 7-2, and now it's 7-8.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I'm not
No,
gonna lie.
it's
Let me
fine.
lock in.
No,
I'll be a
I
naze.
will lock in. Hold on, hold.
I just
stand
changed my
back.
crosshair. Alright.
I will
blow
kill
something up.
this guy.
Reloaded.
There.
One tower? What happened?
Grenade.
Who's next? That's done.
Satchel out. Somebody out.
One
Where did he
enemy remaining.
go? Oh my god, I'm literally lost.
I'm walking in. Oh!
I'm lost. I got lost in the sauce.
It's okay. That happens to me all the time in Valorant, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's going on half the time sometimes.
Wait, I have a question. When you're looking to get better at Valo, what do you do? I'm curious. Do you just play the game more, or do you actually like watch a lot of VODs by yourself?
Like, are you saying like right now or like back then?
Like right now.
VODs, yes, but I also
Watch your eyes.
Oh wow.
I got nervous. I saw someone was spectating me, and I stood still, and I gave up after the first. I gave up after the first 10 bullets.
Oh wow.
Enemy remaining.
So when I have aim like that, I tend to go into the range and re-warm up, and then I play deathmatch.
Okay.
And then, yeah. But if you're talking about like game sense and stuff, I feel like VODs are really helpful. I'm one of those people that like, I feel like when I watch people play, or like when people talk to me about the game and like give me ideas, I can bounce and branch off of what they tell me or what I see. So even like mindlessly watching Valorant sometimes just like activates my brain, and I just feel like I get better like that too. Like, I don't know. It's a weird thing.
No,
I kind of like,
it's kind of normal. You just play off ideas.
right, yeah. Oh shoot.
You really missed. I cannot believe it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got
Oh, it did
I don't
not
know.
work as much as I thought.
Whenever I see spectators 1 at the top of my screen, I kind of just have no hands.
Wait, where is that?
Top right.
Wait, I didn't even know that existed.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Okay, show off the fan.
Watch your eyes.
Okay, water and heat. Okay. Yeah, I've literally never seen that before.
You might have it off.
You're going
Maybe.
to scatter for my stuff. Super easy to pick
But I
up.
want
It's a good
people
thing to
watch
have
me.
off.
Nah, I want people to watch. Like, hell yeah. I'm
Oh.
like the gladiator in the arena.
Wait, what?
Like a gladiator in an arena.
Yeah. Exactly like that. I don't know what that is. I'm really sorry.
No, it's no problem. That's not your fault.
Go get him.
I'm sorry.
Spike down B.
Oh my goodness.
One enemy
Boomer reference?
remaining.
A gladiator in the arena is a
That's what's on
boomer
me.
reference?
Right next to me, I think. Yeah. Look, I locked it. We locked it, and we're winning now.
Another fight? Clean slate. Let's
Someone in my chat said, "Isn't Gladiator 18 plus?"
No, it's like a old Roman history used to have gladiators that fought in arenas. A lot of games have gladiators that fight in the arena. The movie Gladiator is it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's really just it's awesome. That's awesome that you don't
I
know. That's
see.
more for you to learn.
What are your favorite movies?
Spirited Away is actually one of them. Actually, hold on a second. I painted his fucking head.
I hope no one's flanking me. Oh my god.
Ooh. Spirited Away and
Spike down B.
I would say
Last
okay.
Dang it.
I would say recently, Everything All at Once, and Parasite was really good.
Ah.
Like, Everything All at Once is like definitely like a top 10 movie of all time for me, or top 5. It's really a good movie. Have you watched it?
I wanted to watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. I have it on my list, but I just haven't had the time since like
how long
early
is
this
your
year.
list? Is it digital or is it electronic?
It's like a mental list, but I have it written down like in like one of my storage servers. I just sometimes write down movies I want to watch, and
Okay.
It has like 5 movies on there. I'm not gonna lie, it's not that big. But for anime, I have it stored, and it's quite lengthy.
Okay.
I just haven't watched TV since I turned like 10. Not gonna lie, like my parents don't even pay for cable anymore. Like I just haven't watched TV in a long time. I only watch like Netflix sometimes. Like the last time I used Netflix was to watch Breaking Bad.
The hunt begins.
Do you know what a CD-ROM is?
One sec.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, was he not?
Last player standing.
Oh, damn.
Try.
Wait, sorry, what'd you say?
Do you know what CD-ROM is?
No, I do not. What is that?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just like an old way to store stuff. It's like a list. Like you could put a lot of lists on it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I have not watched it, or I mean, I have not used it before. I think one of my favorite comedy movies. I haven't seen too many. Like, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't seen like that many, like, movies in a way. Like that I remember.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like my favorite one though. Okay, this is old. You might know it. It's called Night at the Roxbury. That's my favorite comedy, like comedic movie.
God.
It's actually so funny.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, how do you know that movie?
My mom turned it on one time, and I thought it was she just turned it on. She watched this movie. It's so funny, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, that movie was actually hilarious."
That is old. No, you are. I know of the title. I don't think I've seen it, which is like, I'm surprised. Like that movie was on formats that you do not know about. Okay, all right. I actually have to go, but it was nice meeting you.
Yes, it was really nice. I'm sorry if I offended you in any way.
If you keep apologizing me, I'll be more offended.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Goodbye.
It
was nice meeting you.
Yes, it was really nice meeting you. It was really nice playing. Thanks for playing with me. All right. GG's.
GG's.
Bye-bye.
Guys, she doesn't know what a CD-ROM is, and that's okay. She's very young. I can literally hear, like, I feel closer to the dinosaurs than I do to her. I'm sure fucking the dinosaurs have seen Howl's Moving Castle, man. Scale of 1 to 100, how old do you feel? Oh, I feel... Oh. I'm closer to Oppenheimer than Barbie. Yeah, that's true. You don't even know what CD-ROM is. Alright, guys. I thank you so much for watching. God, I'm coughing a little bit, but I'm out. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Did a lot of random stuff. Okay, 2 things. 2 really important things, okay? One, the next vlog I'm gonna do is gonna be, me and Jamie might start something. Jamie, it'll be interesting. So, my next vlog might have a special guest with Jamie, and it might be based around food. Secondly, And I just completely forgot what I was gonna say. I have a Baldur's Gate 3 group. We're playing tomorrow night. The group is gonna be me, Lily, Toast, Box. I don't know if we're gonna commit that much time to it, but we'll at least start a group tomorrow. We'll see how it is. It'll be kind of late in the evening, so I think right now the group is currently planned to play 8 p.m. tomorrow. So tomorrow will be good. That's the stuff I threw out there. Okay. Write it down. You won't want to miss either of those. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Misu, and I'm out. And you can ask her all your amazing questions that she may not have the right answer to, or the old answer to. I'm out, guys. Have a great night.